Let him laugh, let him weep, let him yell, let him sing. All they wanna say. Let him lay me traps and men to pray to Jehovah me I pray. Let him laugh, let him weep, let him yell, let him sing. All they wanna say. Let him lay me traps and men to pray to Jehovah me I pray. Let I be me instead of playing games. For chasing fame, let somebody set the lack of flames. No, living my life to the fullest and shout out my heart to the fullest. Let my lungs out. I'm still rising up to greater heights.
Hello, bonjour, Sanbonani. Welcome to Rise to Greater Heights Network, where you can turn your fears into greater success while seizing new opportunities. My name is Nompumelelo Riel Konene, and I'm going to be your host for today. So if you're watching us online, please feel free to put in the chat box where you're watching us from and what you hope to achieve from our podcast. Today, we are surrounded by greatness in the World Wide Web. We have amazing speakers who's going to share some nuggets on how to rise to greater heights. At this moment, before we get started in everything, I'll just let one of our guest speakers to open in prayer. So anyone can just jump in and open in prayer.
Can we pray now?
Yes, we can.
Our dear Heavenly Father and God, we appreciate you for such a wonderful opportunity to be alive at this time. And Father, as we are about to start this summit, we are praying, Lord, for your wisdom. We are praying, Lord, for a spirit of excellence, of tolerance. And Lord, we come against every spirit that will try to stop this. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray for success. We pray for each and every one that is partaking in this summit, Lord, that it be a success in their lives, in their different spheres of life. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray for the speakers, I pray for the audience, and I pray for the host. Let everyone who is participating here, let it bring reverence and life and more inspiration to them. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray for the spirits of excellence in everything that we shall do. In Jesus' name, we pray and we receive. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Majope. So at this moment, I'm just going to let our speakers to introduce themselves. So we're just going to follow the same platform that I've shared with you. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Majope, and then the next one will be them not for and so on. So you can introduce yourself, anything that is not in the bio, because we're still going to read your bio. So you can go ahead, put. Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, I was saying it's good evening here in Eswatini. I hope to everyone it will be good day. My name is Boniso Madlopa. I'm one of the speakers here, and I think everything is covered in the bio, except to say that I am the guy who opened with the word of prayer. That is not in the bio. Thank you.
That's good. All right. You can go ahead, Telomusa. Welcome.
Thank you, Nompumelelo, and good evening to everyone. I suppose it's good morning on your side of the world, and good day to everyone else joining from other parts of the world. So my name is Telo Musa. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm one of the speakers, and I'm glad to be here. I'm really looking forward to speaking today. I suppose a lot of what I do and what I'm involved in is in the bio. So nice to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful. You can go ahead, them not for.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Temnot from Abuza. I think I'm the youngest of them all. And I'll be talking about opportunities abroad. I'm a young doctor, intern doctor who studied in Taiwan. I'm currently based in Bawani Government Hospital. I'm looking forward to learn from you guys because I'm the youngest. You seem to be experienced, so I'm looking forward to learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Go ahead, Bishop Tina Masugu. Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bishop Tina Masuku from Swaziland, Eswatini. I'm a bishop. I'm here to entertain. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to be here, my sister, and the whole of the team. And I'm greeting all my bantu esinabe Eswatini engibabonile. Siyabonga kakhulu. uNkulunkulu asibusise. Amen.
It's like I'm having some technical challenges here. Siyabonga, Babe. Siyabonga. At this moment, we have our amazing guest speaker, North Manzini North. So, Babe, Mr. Sbanze, you can go ahead and introduce yourself, sir.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Mpumi. Thank you very much, Maswati lase Canada, and Maswati all over the world who are viewing this. Mine is, it's so unfortunate that I am usually the youngest, but today I'm the oldest in this panel. And I hope you'll get a lot from an elder like myself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is such a great honor to be in your greatness, really, and with so much amazing speakers from the beautiful, beautiful kingdom of Eswatini. Today, really, our audience, I believe that they're gonna gain a lot from you. So, Mr. Malope, I have a question for you. If you happen to have your own billboard, I can see your billboard coming down there in the beautiful kingdom of Eswatini. What will your billboard say? Unmute yourself.
We'll get used to this. So the billboard will, amongst a lot of other things that will have, the standout thing is whatever your hands and mind find to do, just do it.
Just do it. I love that. How about you, Musa? What will your billboard say? I know you've been all over the place, but what will your billboard say if you happen to have your own billboard?
So I suppose it would go something like this. Musa Dlamini, igniting a fire in the hearts of men and women, because I think that's what I'm called to do, to start a fire inside the hearts of people so that they can then go and do what they're called to do.
I love that. How about you, Temnot? For what will your billboard say if you happen to have your own? Because I can see it coming there in the busy street of Mbabane. What will your billboard say? You're muted, Temnot. For.
Okay, sorry. Based on my life experience, I think my billboard would say, when life gets blurry, adjust your focus, do not give up.
I love that. How about you, Bishop Tina Masugu? What will your billboard say?
My billboard would say, umuntu ngabantu, onako siza nabanye abantu. Siza wonke umuntu, ungambukeli phansi umuntu, ubeke phambili uNkulunkulu. Thank you.
Wow. I love that. Umuntu abantu. It's an African proverb, really. And I am because you are. That's what matters. I love that. I love that, Bishop. And
Thank
I'm
you.
just gonna welcome. We have other two speakers who have just joined. I'm just gonna welcome them. And Symphony has just joined, and Wandile Hlachwayo. If you can just turn on your video so we can see your beautiful faces, and then introduce yourselves, and we're going to take it from there. So you can go ahead, Symphony or Wandile, just introduce yourself, and then we'll take it from there. You are muted, Symphony. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, sis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Symphony, as I have been introduced, and I am an artist in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me. So I'm looking forward to hearing the speakers today, and just sharing thoughts and just having a great time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan, and welcome again. Wara Hlachwayo. Introduce yourself, Buti.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Muziwandile Hlachwayo, otherwise known as Warawara. I'm happy to see some familiar faces. I hope, not too sure what we're going to be doing exactly, but I'll be learning, and I hope to learn a lot as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Putin. Yeah, so I am not too sure. I think Jovita had some technical issues because he's been in and out. Hopefully this time around he's going to be able to introduce himself. So you can go ahead, Jovita, if you can hear me. Or he's still trying to connect, or maybe we can come back to him. Yeah, maybe we can come back later to him. Right now, I believe that we'll have to get started in order for us to catch up with time, because we're almost halfway through our podcast, our summit. So at this moment, I'm gonna introduce our guest speaker, who's gonna also welcome all of us. Our guest speaker, like I've mentioned, it's our honorable the Member of Parliament for Manzini North. It's Mr. Markford Sibanze. Mr. Markford Sibanze, let's try and grab your bio here before you take the stage, because I have quite a few. And if you can just get ready to welcome all of us. I'm so excited. To be in such greatness, to be surrounded by by all the amazing speakers' presence here. So, Mr. Markford Sibanze, like I believe everyone know him to be the Honorable Markford Sibanze, who will be talking about making a living through your talent. Mr. Markford Sibanze is a politician, he's a writer, and he's also a motivational speaker. Our Honorable Markford Sibanze is a global citizen and awardee of accolades all over the world, including but not limited the USA, United Kingdom, and South Africa. Honorable Sibanze is one of the members of Parliament calling an end to violence against women and children. So, kings and queens, without wasting time, please join me and welcome our Honorable Markford Sibanze.
Yeah, thank you very much for such a good introduction. In fact, had you given me a chance about a billboard, my billboard would have been simple: start. and then with about 5 exclamation marks. The question is, why start? You know, in my lifetime, I've realized that people don't start. People have got so many concepts in their minds, so many proposals, but they don't start. That's why mine would have said start. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity and for the trust that you have in me. Ngicela kuvusela eMaswati in Canada. I think they still remember Siswati nithi ninjani emini yanzambama Eswatini ninjani ekseni in Canada. My topic is simple: making talent your business. It's like the question all over the world is that can you make what they call self-reliance using your talent? The answer is yes, and regardless of which country. I've been so fortunate to have traveled all over the world, even in small and big countries. And one thing that has been so vivid and clear is that in every country, there is a hero from the arts that has done this and that and is successful, even in the smallest of economies. And I'm so glad that you've got people like Symphon here and who have always like shown some good talent. But for me here, it's like you can have talent, yes, but do you make a living? Do you do what is known as self-reliance? Can you make a living through the arts? The answer, yes, you can. But there is one thing that you must do. There is one of the famous, in the world, famous speeches or remarks, which says, what makes me know that I don't know is that I know that I don't know. In simple terms, it means you must always be a student. So if you are a student every day, you worry about, because in the world art, there is one buzzword: you are as good as your last show. You can excite people today and have a round of applause. What about tomorrow? So as you get standing ovation, be worried. How am I going to make it tomorrow? Am I going to be relevant? Okay, talent is natural. Inborn ability to perform, acting, poetry, dance, you name it. But it is not enough. There's an assumption that we are all talented, yes, but others are more talented than others. Why? Because they've added skill in their talent. You can be a good soccer player, but somebody who is not better than you, he trains very hard. He listens to the coach. You'll find yourself playing 3-4 years, then you are out. Then somebody who has been listening to the coach, taking his time, doing a lot of research, you'll find him playing another 20 years. So the question is, talent alone is not enough. I started with saying start. Why do I say start? It's because naturally we've got fears. You know, there's this US artist, India Ari. I like her song where she says that if you let fear stop you from flying, you'll never reach your heights. So the first thing is to conquer your fear. And how do you conquer your fear? You conquer your fear by being consistent. People will only respect you when you are consistent in your art, in any type of art. It can be preaching. What makes people leave church A and go to church B? It's because of the consistency of the past. It's very consistent, and that's the only thing that is needed in every industry. You've got to be consistent and do what you do with a degree of what I can call supremacy. So it needs what? It needs practice. It needs rehearsals. It needs all that. Then this is what you have to know. You are not the only one in the industry. So what gives you what is known in marketing as unique proposition? What makes you tick? What makes you different from others? There is symphony, there is Mark, there is who, but why do people fall in love with symphony? This must worry you if you are an artist, that I want to be different. When I get into on stage, I want to be different in many ways. Maybe it can be a dress code. Maybe you can create your own identity and say, I want to look like this. And you can have what is known as your signature theme. You can have your identity. And again, you must manage yourself, or you must have people who are going to manage you. Because there is one weakness in the art. I'm a good writer of poem. Maybe somebody's good in singing, but are you good in marketing? Are you good in management? You are not. So you need somebody to manage you. And if that person manages you, he will understand quite a number of things, because you are in a creative and innovative industry. He will understand about what is known as a marketing strategy or a visibility plan. What are you doing on the 30th? What are you doing on the 5th of August? What are you doing in September? Because you must always be there. People mustn't like, where is she now? What is she doing? But if you have got a right management who are good in marketing, they will create a visibility plan for you so that you are always there for every little thing. Let's say you are doing social responsibility. It has to be in the media, because if you've got a visibility plan for obvious reasons, you need to have a media plan, a media strategy, like I've said, and you have to understand now, like, who is your audience? It's very important, because you may find that you've got a good product, but it's in the wrong audience. Today, the best way, obviously, is social media, but social media is also divided. Where? Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Where is your audience? You must locate your audience, and that will only come when you've got a right management. And again, I said, if you are in the art, you are in the creative world, you are in the innovative world. For instance, a name, people can say what is in the name. There are so many things in the name. You can imagine if symphony was not symphony, was in another name. Let's say symphony wants to, like, she believes that maybe I can call myself a Eswatini name, but what about the audience in Portugal, Spain, China going to pronounce your name? Is it an easy name? I remember one time a young guy came to me and say, I'm talented in comedy, but I don't have a name. And I say, I'm giving you a name now. Your name is Cappuccino. He's doing so well now. His name is Cedric Cappuccino. Said, because I know in Hong Kong, they know Cappuccino. In Canada, they know what is Cappuccino. So a name is very important. When I had my groups, they had names, and the names moved faster and quicker than the products that we have. My first group, when I came back home, was Pom Pom. Pom Pom is a hairstyle for girls. And my whole concept was about girl issues, and we went to 150 schools. Every time I introduced, because I was MC, every time I introduced the group as Pom Pom, they will burst out laughing. Then I had another one, it was Popcorn. And then from Popcorn, I had another one, it was Keep Keep. And Keep Keep became so famous. I think I'm trying to show you the strength and the power of names, because they move that product. You can just imagine if the names were not as powerful as that. There's this buzzword again, professionalism. Professionalism for me is the cornerstone of every artist. If you want to end up being something in the arts so that you make a living through your art, they will only respect you if they see that there is a degree of professionalism. Small things like keeping time, small things like performance. If you are performing for the behavioral patterns, performing for 1,000 people and performing for 10 people, it must be the same. Don't say, there were only 10 here. No, I won't do. I won't do my best. I will only do my best when I'm performing for a huge audience. No. What about if within the 10 people, there is somebody who can turn you around? I remember when we had one performance, we performed for 3 to 8 people. Within them, there was an MD of a corporate. And from that time, he said, in fact, he sent me a WhatsApp, an SMS, and say, can we meet on a Monday? We met. The result was what? Was a sponsorship of about 5 years. Every year we got a sponsor and all that. So it's very, very important to take your craft serious. Whether you are performing for 10 people, whether you are performing for 100 people, just like the pastors there, I'm happy there are pastors there. You can have a small church of 10 people. They can bring another 20, another 50 because of the professionalism of your performance. Yeah, when it comes to the artist, there is one thing that is very important that can make you create a living out of your art, the art of networking. Right now we're networking. I hope the artists that we have here, including the pastors, will say, hey, missing name, what about if we come and perform in Canada? This is an opportunity for them. How many Eswatini are there in Canada? But for us, it's more than Eswatini. What about other people that we can reach out to? Then your CV now is going to give you many shows. When you have a profile that indicates that you performed in Ontario, you performed in Toronto, you performed in Quebec, it's better than a profile that say you performed at Pokosin, you performed in Hlangan. When you send these profiles, obviously, they will fall in love with a CV that shows that, oh, this one has performed in Canada, has performed in Spain, has performed in Czech Republic. So networking is very, very important. And again, charges. A lot of artists, unfortunately, are struggling with charging. And it's true, you cannot just charge. You've got to create a name for yourself so that you reach a stage whereby you take me or you leave me. It's a small industry, especially back home. So you may find that you are charging 5,000 Emalangen and somebody is charging 2,000 Emalangen. Then obviously you won't have a lot of shows. But it goes back to your professionalism. That person of 2,000 can have 30 shows and you can have 5 or 8 shows. And if you do it so well, and this is an experience that I have, people will go to the highest bidder. They will go to you, who is expensive, than the one who is a little bit cheaper, if even the product that he or she produces is cheaper. Again, it's the issue of workshops, because like I've said in the beginning, is you must be always a student. So you have to learn every day. Workshops are very important, especially workshops that deal with the business side of the arts, workshops about how to write proposals. Because if you've got the ability to write proposals, I can tell you, you can turn around the world. I think if I may use myself as a case study, I was lucky to have been to professional tertiaries where we're taught about how to write proposals, because even in small communities, with a good proposal, you can find yourself maybe doing what is known as edutainment. So unfortunate that COVID, have stopped us from, performances. But if you have got good proposals, you will find that you get maybe a good job from a certain conglomerate or corporate, and they say, no, we want to push this product, and we can push this product through you, because remember, you have already built a name for yourself, so they know that they can associate with you. It's so obvious that you have to avoid controversies. They are there, they will be there, because it's a highly contested industry, and everybody wants to have a voice. But make sure that you do something to counteract if there are controversies around you. There's this saying that the media is like a car. When you get a car accident, you wait for another car to take you to hospital. Then you can have bad publicity in the media, but you can also use the media for good publicity. There is what is known as overflooding. If there are 3 bad stories about you and 20 good stories about you, we are able to, to counteract it. Towards my end, issues of diversification. I think that these are serious issues in the arts, issues of relevance, because the art is another industry. For instance, in theater or drama, the theater that used to be done 20 years ago or 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, you may find that this generation cannot, like if it's industrial theater, they cannot have all the time of sitting there in the auditorium for 30 minutes. So you must be creative. Come up with something about 15 minutes, and you come up with what is known as ritual drama and performance. You start with a song, a little poem, a little dance, then the story. Because you cannot have what you used to have, because we were the generation that sits for 1 hour, 2 hours watching the play. Even in music, try to be relevant. This music changes quick. I don't know what is the real trends in Canada, but here in Africa, because we are a little bit culturally colonized by South Africa. Just not long ago, we had Kwaito. Nobody is talking about Kwaito now. There were heroes of Kwaito. They are out now. You try Kwaito, but then there was house music. Now there's Amapiano and all that. So let us say, for instance, if you are an artist, there's this thing that you don't believe that you are now old, like myself. I won a talent search in 1997, and I still feel I can do some singing and all that. But the thing is, if I'm still trapped in 1997, who will listen to my music today? So you need a producer that is producing songs for the 2021, let me just say that. So relevance is very important, arrangement and all that, because you will find yourself that you are irrelevant. You were good, but you no longer have an industry. So yet remember, my topic is about making a business out of this. So business have to marry with time. Anyway, things like attitude and altitude, I think I cannot emphasize it, but personally, it has helped me. Having the right attitude to people will always help you, because usually you start developing, if you have, like, you are always in the media, you have become a star and all that. Yeah, there is this weakness of being bigger than the game, that yet you will never be bigger by the game that produces you. So you've got to be always cool, and you've got to be always make sure that you are relevant, because if you are not relevant, you will find yourself in big trouble. maybe the last one before questions is the issue of me being talented and thinking that I will do the singing, I will do the composition, you cannot do it. You need a think tank. Like, for instance, people who won't understand that Trevor Noah is a full house. He's the most talented guy. But do you know that there are people who are hired just to write the jokes for him? It's their job, and he can articulate the jobs. It's happening all over the world. If you look at Hollywood, there are those whose jobs, those guys who are called script writers. They write the script. Yeah, it's their job. They don't even care about acting. They can't even act. They don't even care about it. But then there is somebody directing. Then there's somebody. So it's a conglomerate of many ideas. You cannot, no matter how talented you are, you cannot be everything. Lastly, if you can look at, there's an interesting story about Whitney Houston. I think everybody knows about her. And when she died, it was so shocking that all the songs about, if I'm not mistaken, but let me just say 90% of the songs that made her famous were not written by her. All she did was just connect her talent, which is what? Voice. She just came up with a voice and she did absolutely well. So you cannot be everything. And in conclusion, even in small economies like Eswatini, you can make a living through the arts. But what you must be careful of is that, let us say I was lucky to do 1 or 2, 3 things through the arts, but I must diversify. I've got quite a number of artists in the country that started as musicians, but now they have saloons, they have flats to rent. They're doing quite a lot. They've got their own recording studios. You don't have to say, I'm an artist, and you think everything around art. No, remember, you've got a talent, but you have to maximize on your talent and do other things out of your talent. You'll find yourself even a big businessman outside the arts, but you started with the arts. You started with maybe you were a dancer, maybe you were writing poems, maybe you were a comedian, but now 10 years, 15 years later, you still do these things, but maybe you are owning other assets. Maybe you are doing farming, maybe you have opened a digital company. So all I'm trying to say is that you can make a living through the art, but you have to take the art serious yourself first. Then everybody will take you serious. Thank you very much.
Wow, Honorable Makotsbanza, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. You know, you've just dropped a bomb in front of every one of us. You've mentioned that we should maximize our talents. We shouldn't be focusing on what you are doing right now and just stick on that one. We'll have to maximize our talents. And diversity, really, diversity is the currency right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Asbanza, for sharing such a powerful, powerful message. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Baby, can I just add this one last one? Like I know of an artist in Eswatini, very talented, but she went to do makeup, and she's getting a lot of jobs in artists. She's now a very well-known makeup artist. She's still in the arts, but her line of business is that she's also doing a lot for the artist. That's it. That's her market. And I know of somebody now who's doing this, what you call the weaves, the hair. He's an artist, but now he's got a shop. If you want I don't know, your Brazilian or Peruvian or whatever, she does that. So I'm trying to concur with you that you've got to diversify and maximize. Don't just say, I'm an artist, I can sing. That must open doors for you, because now you've got a name. You can do 10 more things because of the name that you got from singing. You remember me very well. I used to dance, I used to sing, I produce Keep and all that, but am I still doing it now? No, I'm doing a lot of consultancy work for so many NGOs in the country related to the art. And obviously, I'm now in politics, in the political space, and I'm able to influence for the artist and say, no, you don't have to pay artists this much. You have to pay this much. So you can do a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. McFort-Sibanze. At this moment, I believe most of you know that we have lost one of the speakers that was supposed to speak on August 21st. And unfortunately, July 18th, it was just the best hour to almost every one of us. So in remembrance of Mkila Similani, I'm just gonna ask us to take just a moment of silence in remembering her. She was gonna share on the topic under spiritual well-being. So let me see if I can just share her picture. Yeah, I can share her picture. Yeah, we're just gonna take a moment of silence in just remembering her. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Noktula, she was a mom, she was a sister, she was a pastor and a friend. She was a person who loves, who cares, who sees person's needs and fills it. Who was a person who encourages and lifts people up. Someone who spends energy on others rather than herself. Someone who touches each life she enters and makes a difference in this world. With that, I believe she's in a better place right now. All pain is gone. She's now at rest. Nothing troubles her anymore. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Thank you. So our next speaker is going to be Tselumusa Dlamini. Tselumusa Dlamini is a vibrant youth advocacy leader involved in youth development and entrepreneurship. She's also an empowerment speaker who is based in Eswatini, and he shares his message. He is also a professional motivational speaker and a certified mentor, speaking in events in Eswatini, South Africa, the United States of America, and reaching the rest of the world. He has done consulting work in digital marketing and completed projects for some United Nations agencies, including UNICEF and UNFPA and UNDP in Eswatini. He's also a life coach and a mentor with the coaches and mentors of South Africa. He has also spoken on businesses and various TV stations, including Swazi TV and TBN Africa. Tselumusa studied business and entrepreneurship in Skyline Business College in Silicon Valley, California. He is a Lions Africa Fellow, a US-based program funded by the US State Department to grow African entrepreneurs and connect them with one another throughout the continent. He is also a Mandela Washington Fellow in 2017, a USA residential program that takes Africans Africa's most promising young leaders for training in the United States. Selumusa has lived, studied, and worked side by side with entrepreneurs and venture capitalists in Silicon Valley in the United States of America. He has worked for the Global Entrepreneurship Network headquarters in Washington, D.C. Selumusa spends his time running his several business ventures, speaking to and mentoring young people in churches, communities, universities, and high schools, or speaking to business. And he also speaks to government leaders about entrepreneurship. So without wasting any time, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Selumusa Dlamini.
Thank you, Nompumelelo, for the introduction. And hello to everyone. Good evening for those who are here with us in the Kingdom of Swaziland or Eswatini. And good morning to those who are joining us from Canada. My name is Selumusa, as Nompumelelo has introduced me. So what I'll be speaking about today is the topic of empowerment. So I'm an entrepreneur, so usually most of my content, being an entrepreneur and being the business space, will kind of like be very relevant to people in that space, in the entrepreneurship and business space. But I also do a lot of work around youth empowerment. So I'll also speak to some of those issues. Now, so I'll basically try to share maybe 3 ideas with you, and then I'll leave it at that. So the first idea I want to maybe share with you is the idea of trying to define what actually empowerment is. So basically, empowerment is putting the power in people's hands, the power for people to determine and to change their own destinies, the power for people to be able to be the architects of their own lives, and for them to be able to move from one level to the next level of their daily living and of their lives. And so if you take the power for them to decide who they want to be, and then you also give them the resources through which they can actually now mold or build the lives that they envision for themselves, I call that empowerment. And so for me, that is what empowerment totally is. It's giving people the power and the resources to mold and shape their lives. So now, the second thought maybe I want to put forward is the thought of a society where people are empowered for us to maybe think a little bit about what this society looks like, so that we know what happens when we empower people, and we also know what happens when we do not empower people. So an empowered people are, as far as I'm concerned, an embodiment of a world of energy. So if you create a world in which people have been empowered, then it means we are now creating a world in which people are full of energy. And once people have been energized, then there is nothing that they cannot do for themselves. So if we think, for instance, for a minute, about what is happening in China, or what has been happening in China, and maybe compare it to what has been happening in the US, and perhaps then, if we have a little bit of time, think about what is happening, especially in our own country, in Eswatini right now, and we try to actually explain this phenomenon in terms of empowerment. So if you look at where China is coming from a place where more than half the country was in abject poverty, living in abject poverty. And people, because of the system that was there, people couldn't decide what they wanted to do with their lives. They couldn't do much on their own without relying on the state. And then you look at America on the other end, which was a relatively young country, about 200 or so years now, having gained independence from the British. But it was a country that was known as a land of opportunities. Even today, America is called the land of possibilities. It is where you go if you want to live the dreams of your life. And so now you've got these 2 economies coming up. But what then China decided to do was to actually give the skills to help people to be able, especially, to do a whole lot of work around the space of manufacturing. And because of that, we started seeing people come out of poverty in China and beginning to enter the middle class. And what is happening today is quite amazing. I was just looking at a statistic just today that says that China is going to produce 3 times the number of US dollar millionaires in the next 5 years more than the United States. So China is going to be producing, for every 1 millionaire that the US is producing today, China is going to be producing 3 such millionaires in the next 5 years. And so now definitely you can see that moving from the industrialization of China, China has moved on even to the skill-based economy, which now actually points to Africa to say that soon China will no longer be the leading manufacturer of goods in the world, because a lot of people would have moved out of even the middle class, so people will no longer be wanting to do blue-collar jobs. And that says something to us as Africa. Now, we see in China people being given the resources to do the things that will be able to shape their lives and to change their lives. And that is what happens when you really empower people. What you see happening is that people move from poverty and they move to the middle class. They move from the middle class, now they're coming into wealth, into generations of wealth. And so that is what happens when you properly empower people. Now, when we're thinking about the communities in which we live, as people ourselves, then you begin to realize that if we were to do the same for our communities, now it is true that the needs of different communities are different through time, that what people need in community A for them to be called empowered are not necessarily the same things that people need in community B. But if we were to commit, and if governments, if the civic society, if entrepreneurs around the world were to commit, because maybe another question that comes with this whole issue of empowerment is who really should be responsible for empowering. And I hope that I will be able to answer that question with my last and third thought. However, if we were to commit to empowering our people, we would see them moving from the level where they are now and moving on to the next level with their lives. Now, I'm not saying we're going to make a millionaire out of everyone, and neither is China, nor is the United States, by the way. But what I am advocating for and what I want us to think about is that truly, if we were to commit to empowering the people next to us, we would be able to at least move them from one level to the next level. And maybe the next generation will have ideas on how to take them from their level, which will lead them to the next level where they need to go to. So that is what happens when you actually empower people. Now, there is a tragedy that awaits a nation that will not be able to empower its people. There is a tragedy that is going to that awaits a company, an entrepreneur, a business person that is not going to be able to empower their citizens or their communities. Now, this is a tragedy. If you look at a space shuttle, usually it's got these fuel tanks by its side. And the fuel tanks are actually the ones that you see producing a lot of smoke, a lot of flame when the shuttle takes off. So usually what happens is, for the space shuttle to be able to actually have a proper takeoff, you need both fuel tanks to actually burn the energy in them. And when they burn the energy in them, they give the space shuttle power to be able to actually move out of orbit and into space. Now, should one of those fuel tanks not be able to ignite and burn the energy, the potential energy that is otherwise supposed to be helping the space shuttle to actually take off, is now going to work against the space shuttle. That unburned energy is going to actually drag the space shuttle down back to Earth, and that space shuttle is going to crash. And I believe that actually properly explains what happens when we as a community fail to empower those around us. When the potential energy that is in the young people around us, the potential energy that is in all the employees we have in our companies, the potential energies that is found in all the people who attend churches, for those of us who maybe preach, or for all the people that we interact with, if we do not help them to ignite that energy and to burn that energy so that they can be able to help the system, then the very same potential is going to become a frustration for us as a system, and it's going to cause that system to crash. And maybe not so many ways. I would say, for those of you who are in Eswatini, can you think about what is happening to our country today? And can you really look into it and see if we have not actually ignited and used up all the potential energy that was in all our people? And is that not the reason why we're facing what we're facing today? But now moving on to my third and last thought. Now, my third and last thought is around the area of, if not you, then who is going to actually empower the people in our communities? And if not you, then who is actually going to uplift the people in your own community? Who are you supposed to wait for to do the work for you? Now, this final thought, I've actually titled it, if not you, then who? Doing your part. Now, it may look like empowerment is such a huge topic and it's such a big responsibility. And yes, it is, I believe. However, I do believe that, as we all know, how do you eat an elephant? Bit by bit, piece by piece. So if we were to truly commit to the idea of empowering our communities, if we were to truly commit to the idea of empowering the next generation of entrepreneurs, for those of us who are entrepreneurs, the next generation of artists, for those of us who are artists, the next generation of preachers, the next generation of the Christian community, for those of us who serve in the house of the Lord. Now, it is my belief that actually, if we're to commit to doing that, just commit to empowering the people who are in your immediate community, then we would find out that if I empower one and Wara empowers one, then what happens is that we will have a completely empowered system in which we will now create a world of energy in which people will be able to move from one level of life to the next, in which people will be able to take the tools and the resources that we give them, that we provide them, that we sometimes do not even have to take to them. All we have to do is just to open a door and let people walk through and let people use those resources that we know exist to change their lives. So those are my three thoughts on empowerment. It is what empowerment truly is. It is putting the resources, the knowledge, and everything that people need in their own hands so that people can be able to change their lives. And now, also, the second thought was empowerment creates a world of energy. However, a tragedy awaits us if we do not empower those around us. For the same potential energy that was supposed to be able to lift the space shuttle of Earth and into orbit is going to work against us and create a dragging force that is going to now pull us back to Earth and make the whole system to crash. And my last thought is, if it is not you who is going to take the responsibility and do the little that you can where you are, with the little that you have, then who exactly are you expecting to be able to go out there, or who do you expect to go out there and to actually do the work for you? So I put it to us as entrepreneurs, I put it to us as leaders that empowerment is truly our responsibility. And if we truly empower the people around us, we would have taught them without necessarily taking them to class that it is also their responsibility to empower those who are coming after them. And if we all do that, we'll find that our societies keep on getting better and better from generation to generation. So those are my three quick thoughts on this topic of empowerment. Thank you.
Wow. Pelmosa, thank you. Thank you so much, my brother, for sharing such a much needed message. You've mentioned that empowerment, if you don't empower those around you, who else is going to do that? So we have a challenge. We have a responsibility to be the change in our communities, to be the change to those who look at us as an inspiration. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother, for sharing such a timely message. Thank you. So our next speaker is gonna be, let me see here. Our next speaker who's gonna speak on youth is gonna be Wandile, also known as Wara Hlachwayo. Wandile Wara Hlachwayo is a life coach with expertise in neurolinguistic programming, stress biofeedback, and time paradigm practice. He is a mid-career financial services and computer science professional with master's degree in computer science and significant leadership experience managing teams, processes, and resources, particularly at Standard Bank. While he was doing his Master of Science in Computer Science at the National Taipei University Technology, he volunteered to teach English to 50 Taiwanese students in a local high school. Wandile founded and led Business Minds, an organization that brought prominent business leaders to teach entrepreneurship with his training. with his training on small business development. He then paid it forward by training 500 emerging entrepreneurs. While studying at the University of Swaziland, he was the president of Computer Science Society, where he helped students to secure internships and led fundraising events for charity. Wandile is a member of the inaugural class of President Obama's Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI. He founded a youth motivational organization with weekly radio, TV, and newspaper programming, an annual summit that attracts more than 1,000 students, and motivational talks in more than 50 schools per year. Mr. Tlachoyo is currently the head of computer science department at Swaziland Christian University, where he is also a professor. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Wandile Tlachoyo.
Okay, thank you so much for that, I would say, lengthy introduction. I'd like to look at myself just as an ordinary warawara, nothing too much into that, probably because that is how I'd like to appear, especially to young people, without a title and without any form of prestige, because I believe that those are the people I'm working with. People who come from a background called nowhere. So if you come to people who believe themselves to be nowhere as somebody, sometimes you lose them along the way. Maybe my speaking or my interaction will be based on just a few points, which I've picked along the way as we were dealing with a number of students from the year 2005, where we started an organization called Young Climber. The idea was mainly just to encourage and motivate young people that anybody who is anybody can achieve anything. The only thing that we had at our disposal at the time, or something that could help people prove to themselves that they too could achieve, was grades. So we encouraged young people to study hard and see if they would not achieve what they wanted to achieve. And from that, we've seen quite a lot happening. A number of students, ever since we started in 2005, have actually flown out of the country. We have a number of students without parents, students who are coming from poor backgrounds, who have studied abroad, and some have even started lives abroad. They are only interacting with us now through Facebook and Instagram, through all these social medias, because they are now based overseas, so to say. Maybe the things that I've seen to help young people who want to rise to greater heights. First of all, I will talk about friendships or association. I will make emphasis, or maybe I'll make an illustration using two guys. I'll call them boys, even though they are old now. Two boys who studied at Evelyn Baring High School. They got there in the year, I think, year 2000. It should have been 2002. Should have been 2002 or 2003. Yeah, they got there 2003, started Form 4 in 2003. So when they started, they became friends. They started talking about studying abroad. They talked about working together in universities and libraries overseas. They would say, hey, mfana sasemerika, mfana sambaganyeganye, mfana. They would say such dreams, so to say, as they walked in Hlangano, Evelyn Baring. But their minds would actually be taking them abroad. As they put a step on the soil or on the ground at Evelyn Baring, they actually envisioned walking in the United States of America. It was a few years, and I think it was some 5 years or 6 years later, they arranged to meet In their meeting, they went to visit a library because the other one was staying. The other one came to visit the other. Then they went to a library just to tour the place. And when they were in that library, it happened to be in the United States of America. And this one guy asked the friend and said, "Hey, Mfana, you remember at Evelyn Bering in Form 4 when we talked about being together and working in libraries and checking out stuff in the United States of America?" And he said, "Sikuphi nyalo Mfana, where are we now? What is this? Is this not what we were talking about?" So first of all, I'd like to say it is important to note the people that you associate with, the things that you talk about, the interactions that you have, the conversations that you have, the pictures that are formulated or built in your mind as you go to sleep. What thoughts, what ideas are you processing? Because those things become things. You know, when you watch The Secret, they say thoughts become things. Now, the things that you keep on digesting in your mind, what you feed on in terms of what you allow your mind to feed on, it eventually becomes who you are. So that is the first thing. These guys I'm talking about, they no longer work in the country, they no longer stay in the country, they're now based abroad. Ntokozo Bembe and Namncedisi Sikhonze, both friends of mine, Lasebaba based America, one working for Google, and Ntokozo Mncedisi is continuously changing companies, but they're doing very well. Now, the second thing that I'd like to mention is that as young people need to dream big. The life of Ntokozo, the life of Mncedisi, and the life of other people whom I'm going to mention as we go along, was mainly structured or was mainly created by the dreams that they had. They dreamt big. The fact that you are in Nhlangano, the fact that usezindwendweni, the fact that you are at Skombeni doesn't mean that that is where your mind can take you. Your mind can take you further than that place. There are a number of people, just some 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back, so in our TV program, Young Climber, that is aired on Thursdays, 5:30 at Eswatini TV, I had an interview with Pepe Koche. Pepe, a young Swazi who didn't do well in Form 5, had to go and become a maid, so to say. Urban kitchen girl, had a dream. She had a dream of one day becoming a pilot, a dream of one day dealing with aeroplanes, a dream of one day, visiting countries. When we were talking the past few weeks, she was mentioning that she has already graduated from an aeronautic course, which she was doing in the United States of America. A maid who, from just nothing but a dream, was able to fly through countries to achieve a degree and come back and get a scholarship for a PhD that she's going to be starting this year. She achieved all these things simply from having a dream. So that is what we encourage young people to have. Have a dream. There's a guy by the name of Sibonkosi Dlamini. He's back in the country right now, studying medicine in Turkey. Lost both parents. Comes from an ordinary place like Kundwini. But because he had a dream, today we are looking forward to going into the hospital and being attended to by Dr. Dlamini, who has no parents, nothing but a dream. So I'm saying, young people, it is very important that we have a dream. Thirdly, we must mentor others. We must raise others. I like to illustrate my points with people or with true stories. There's a guy, we probably all know him, in the United States of America. Every year, I think this has been happening for the past few years. Every year, there is an institution which writes about him. There is something that is going to be written about him at some point in time. Just some few days back, he was sharing another article that they wrote about him. Sakile Dlamini, we probably know him. Sakile is the brains or is the person who has mentored these young people that I've just mentioned. He mentored Sibonkosi, I remember. He's mentored a number of young people who others wanted to go to the African Leadership Academy, abapatarele timali, abashayele, abachele, apply for this, apply for that. He has brought up a number of these young people, and our organization is also trying to do something like that. We've got other organizations that are trying to mentor people and bring them to success, or to help them interact with the people who have walked that walk. So it is important, if we want to rise to greater heights, it is not for ourselves. As the Kulel Wara does not become Wara, become a great person just so that he is able to have broad shoulders and telling people around that, hey, I've achieved this and this and this. We achieve certain things so that we are able to pull others and bring them also to the light. And then finally, I'd like to say, if we want to rise to greater heights, we must have a broader vision, more of saying to live a life of impact. We must have a story after we are gone. And that story is not about having bought a big car, having built a big house, or having done something, there are certain things that you can do for yourself. Right now, I know a lot of women have posted a picture of Mr. Ferguson, so to say, who has passed away. They are not necessarily remembering the big car that he bought for himself or for his wife, but they are remembering the impact that he has had in this generation. I was lucky, I was fortunate a few days back. I met a former Minister of Justice, Mr. David Martin. We know now he's an old man, he's not employed, but he shared something very, that made an impact in my life. He said, as unemployed as he is, he didn't ask me to share it in any platform, but it made such an impact in my life. He said, as unemployed as he is able to share part of whatever money he gets with the unemployed graduates, the graduates who are not employed, sitting at home, probably who are suffering from depression, from not having jobs and the like. He's able to share. He says, if you give 1,000 to an unemployed graduate, their life changes. It becomes a miracle to them. And that becomes quite a lot of money. So I'm trying to say, as young people, we need to desire to live a life of impact, to live for others, to share our success, to share our wealth with other people, and also by so doing, bring them to the light. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say, as young people, as we dream, as we try to achieve, God is in, my pastor usually says, heaven is important. It is important for us to know that we are living so that one day we die. And it matters more what happens after we leave this earth. So I'm saying, let us put God first, and whatever we do, let us make sure that we do not infuriate God in our action. As we want to achieve success, as we want to achieve wealth, let us make sure that it is in line with God's principles, and let's put God first. With those short words, I hope that will make an impact. Thank you so much.
Wow, Wandile, my goodness. I believe that our audience, from your message, really, and from your friends' experience, that, it's all about the mindset. Once you believe, you become. You actually dream of America while you're walking in those pavements of Eswatini around Evelyn Baring High School. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother, for sharing such a timely message. And I know your friends, they are really doing big. They are doing big. And yeah, I know them. So thank you so much for sharing such a powerful message and a much needed message of the century. Thank you, my brother. So our next speaker right now, it's like a back-to-back of speakers. It's going to be this speaker after this. Everyone is talking about empowerment, youth development. So our next speaker is going to be Sboniso. I'm trying to grab his bio here. Sboniso Malopa, you can get ready, my brother. Where is your bio here? Oh my God, I have a lot. I have a lot. All right, I'm getting there.
You can skip it.
And no, I just want to read your bio. It's coming. Sorry. It's coming. Yeah. Yeah. So our next speaker is gonna be Mr. Sboniso Madlopa. Sboniso Madlopa, I got it. Sboniso Madlopa MBA is a current head of marketing at Eswatini Tourism Authority, where he is a member of the ETA EXCO. Mr. Madlopa has over 10 years of experience in senior management and and leadership, including being head of marketing at ETA. He's also the CEO and executive director of JA Eswatini. He is also the assistant director at the U.S. agency U.S. Peace Corps and a program and training manager at Mothers to Mothers. The above positions exposed Mr. Madlopa to leadership and management skills, including but not limited to leadership, people management, strategic development, and management. Also in stewardship and governance and international relations. Sboniso has exceptional networking skills and stakeholder management experience. He has strong entrepreneurship skills coupled with creative thinking and being a team player with strong motivation and leadership skills that inspire a team to achieve set target or goals. He is a non-executive director at Eswatini and JA Eswatini. Sboniso has effectively represented the country and JA in several international forums. He always appreciates a challenge as a way of learning a new skill set or testing existing skills. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Sboniso Madlopa.
Well, thank you, Ms. Signal, for this elaborative introduction, and thank you very much to the speakers that has preceded me. I believe my job now is very easy because the spade work has been done from Honorable Sband up to Warawara. I believe that we've covered much ground. I am very excited that here there are people that we share a lot of background with, and that I believe that we'll be able to learn from each other, as the saying goes, that iron sharpens iron. Mr. Mene, I have a simple task in front of me. It is just to talk about youth development. Now, when you're talking about youth development, there is a lot that can come into mind. There is a lot that we can put in place, and we do not have time for all that. But I would just want to share my experience working in this space, and also a personal journey, just at a very high level. Otherwise, if I can go into details, the rest would have no platform to speak. But for now, I think I will just highlight 3 key things that I think will be very important for young people listening. And I'm glad that amongst the people that I see present now here is Babe Stanley Mkhwanazi. I'm not sure whether he's a bishop now, but I'm happy to see him here. So we share a lot of this background together. So 3 things that I would want to highlight when we talk about youth development. When we talk about youth development, we are not just talking about a program, we are talking about a lifestyle. When you're saying youth development, we are meaning constant upgrade and constant enlargement of the space that you are living in by acquiring new skills and new set of talents that you can acquire along the way, and also learning how to use them effectively. So I think as a young person, it is important that you take note of the things that make you tick. You take note of the things that make you feel good. You take note of the things that when you have achieved, they make so much impact into your mood, into your sense of identity. That is very important as young people. And then you zero down to those things and you try to identify them and nurture them. Try to find material, try to find people, and try to find associations that will help you nurture the talent. It is very, very important that you understand that once you are a youth leader, it is very important for you to stand out from the rest, because the reason you are a leader is because you are different from the rest. And it is important for you that leading is not just being in front. Leading is the ability to attract people to follow your idea. The question is, as a leader and as a young person, what idea do you have? What ideology do you hold? And how do you inspire others to follow your idea? And you cannot lead yourself, you cannot lead others until you are able to lead yourself, have a set of values that you adhere to, and have a set of standards that you are able to follow throughout your journey. So the first thing that you need to identify as I go on, as I just want to cut short this point, is that you need to know what makes you tick, what improves your mood, what gives you a sense of accomplishment. And then you zero down to those things, and then you eliminate all other things that do not add value in your life. And then you sort of try to pursue that. The next thing that I would want to look into when I talk of youth development, it is developing the right attitudes. I believe that attitude is everything. Mr. Sbanze, the Honorable Sbanze, when he was presenting earlier on, he said attitude determines your altitude. I couldn't agree anymore with that, because when you are going to a company and they are interviewing you, they are not actually, when a company, for example, is hiring, whether it is any kind of a position, what they are looking for, more than just your degree, your diploma, or your master's program, or whatever that you have as a qualification, they're looking for the attitude. There are a lot of people out there who has master's degrees. There are a lot of people there who have got the same qualification, and they are highly competent as you are. But what stands out for you is your attitude. When you talk attitude, is what is your relationship with the task that you have at hand? What is your relationship towards life? What is your relationship towards money, towards other people, towards task that is put towards you? What is your attitude towards those things? Whenever we're given questions along those things, what sets you apart is your attitude towards, because when you're going through university, I'm sure the educated guys in this forum will agree that over 60% of the things that you are going to work on when you get into the workplace, you will learn the work in the job. But what will take you into the job so that you are able to learn the work is the right attitude to deal with people, the right attitude to take tasks, is the right attitude to deal with assignments that are brought towards you. And also it is the right attitude to be able to navigate and create things around you. So attitude is everything as a young person as you go towards your next challenge, because as you are acquiring your skills and also developing yourself, what you need to understand is that even though you can develop a pile of skills, but if you've got the wrong attitude, you've got the wrong set of skill, you've got the wrong relationship with certain things in life, you may not get ahead. And that is why, therefore, what was important for me coming up and going through all the positions that Ms. Ignene has offered was have the attitude that say, keep on keeping on and getting to the next stage. Keep on keeping on does not mean that you did not fail. Keep on keeping on does not mean that you keep on passing. But keep on keeping on simply means learning from your failures, learning from your mistake, and developing yourself. Whenever you have a mistake or you make a mistake, I've fumbled a lot coming up to present my first presentation in a board meeting, but today I sit on the other side of the board. So what is important is it's learning from the experience of each and every day. What is it that you do if you hit a low? What is it that you can learn from that low? And by the way, once you hit a low, the only option you have is going up. So we keep learning from all those things. So I would say to all young people, learn from each and every experience that you have. You go on stage, whether you are singing, whether you are presenting your thesis or doing everything or anything on stage. What is important I would say the most success that you should pick is not the applause that you get from the audience. It is what is it that you can learn from that experience. Because remember, your last success is your worst enemy. You do not have to gloat a lot on your last success, but you need to learn a lot from your last success. So we learn from success as much as we learn from our mistake. I think that is where we need to sort of try and re-engineer ourselves. And then my next point, which goes towards my conclusion, because I'm very much conscious of the time, it is issues of vision. Without vision, my people perish. And without the knowledge of having the right tools in place, we are not going to get to the destination. So as a young person, what is it that you see? And what is it that motivates you? What motivates you, when we talk about vision, we're just not talking about your 5-year goals. We're not talking about where you see yourself in the next 10 years. We are talking about what makes up you. What are your values? What are the things that drives you every day? Even if you reach to the 10 years, it's something that keeps you going. It's something that makes up you, because the skills, I always make an example of our education system. We always say education is key, but I am saying now there is something more than education. It is able to be is being able to be educated, not just having education. I would make an example of what I'm talking about. One of my professors, we used to say, you do not just go to university, but allow university to go through you. So when somebody is going to a workplace, that is why my advocate is that is why when you look at my CV, you will see that I studied public health, and then I migrated to entrepreneurship. Now I'm in tourism, marketing, and all that. And what is important for me is not my qualification, it's my attitude toward the subject at hand. You can put me in a mix of accountant, I would still do my level best, because it's not about my certificate, it's about my attitude towards the task that I'm put forward to. That is put in front of me. So you can put a crowd of engineers in my field. I would still lead them because of my attitude, because of my vision, because of my ability to bring together and execute a task that is before me. So for me, that is what, as a young person, if you studied something and you feel like it is career limiting, what is career limiting is only your vision, not your certificate. You are not your certificate. Your certificate was awarded to you. You were not awarded to the certificate. So that is very important. You keep acquiring information, you keep acquiring new things, you keep getting expanded in the space where you are in. Because what is important is when you have a vision, you will be able to redefine yourself in a continuous form. If you're about leadership, no matter where you are put, you must understand that what is important to you, it is not what you have, it's not your environment. It's what you emit to the environment, because the environment do not make you, but you contribute to the environment. So I want to close by simply saying, we have always talked about our education system and saying everyone get educated, everyone make sure that you acquire. What I've learned is education is not empowering if it does not change your attitude towards life, if it does not empower you economically, politically, and also financially. And that is what education should be about. It's about understanding systems. If you are singing, if you are an artist, if you are a professional, if you are what, but you understand the economics around what you are doing, that's education. If you are in whatever field, even if you're a pastor, do you understand the politics, the economics around what you are doing? That's education. So if you understand all that and put it all together, and then that is very much important to say we are educated. So when we are going there as young people, you acquire, whether you are a Form 5, whether you, by all means, go to university. By all means, do what I was saying, apply overseas, by all means. But I'm saying, wherever you find yourself, transform yourself and be what you can ever become. So it is possible, and there is not one way. You cannot stand here and say, if you are educated, this is what you should do. If you are not educated, this is what you're not able to achieve. But education is the ability to transform yourself and become what is required at that particular time. So I will stop here for now and really look into how do we inspire young people to look into the issue of developing themselves into all these spheres. Develop your attitude. Mr. Sbanze talked about mentorship. Wara talked about mentorship. The last parting shot for me when it comes to that part is mentorship is not just about you finding somebody who will talk to you. That is well and good. But it is about exposing yourself in a situation that will mentor you, exposing yourself to values that will shape your life, exposing yourself to people that will inspire you. You do not need to meet these people. He just spoke about Mr. Ferguson. A lot of people have not met Mr. Ferguson, but they've been mentored, molded by them. So expose yourself to mentorship. But if you can get somebody who can mentor you one-on-one, amen. But if you do not get those people, please find yourself, read material, mentor yourself, and that's how you keep moving. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I want to believe that a lot of young people will be inspired to say, use whatever talent that you have in your hand to shape your future. Your education level is not your standard. Thank you very much.
Wow, Mr. Majopa. Oh my goodness. Mentorship. I believe mentorship is the key. And when I was talking to you yesterday, really, you've mentioned that if you don't have any skill, try to befriend the other person who can just help you with that skill that you're missing in your life. That's how we call it, like developing yourself, developing those who are around you. So thank you so much for sharing such a timely, needed message. Thank you. Our next speaker, musician, like she's a jack of all trades. It's kind of more like break. It's gonna be Symphony, aka Zanele Tele, who is a neo-soul musician. Symphony is a Swazi-born urban soul artist raised by godly ethics in Baba, Eswatini, where her love for music began and grew. Her sound is neo-soul, but also she does other genres such as gospel. Symphony is also a brand whose main objective is to empower, encourage, and build other people, especially young women, using her soulful sounds, beauty tips and makeup, fashion tips and style. It's been tried and tested that if you look good, one usually feels good. And if you feel good, you are sure to do good. The message in her music is that of courage, empowerment, and basically putting people into remembrance of who they are. She believes that the greatest gift you could ever give to a person is that motivation. Symphony is the soundtrack of her beliefs and faith, and that's why she writes her own songs. Even though she draws inspiration from international artists, she keeps her sound original. This is why some of her songs are in Siswati, which is the language of Eswatini. She believes in celebrating her own language and African heritage. So kings and queens, please join me and welcome Symphony.
Hello, everybody. Symphony, I had introduced myself earlier, but for those that joined us later on, I'm Symphony from Eswatini. I'm an artist and a speaker as well. I am an advocate for mental health, and I'm very big on that, taking care of yourself. So mine will be slightly different, if not totally different, but everything is just linked together. Every speaker that spoke before me was talking about, inspirational stuff, and just everything has to do with, putting in the work and just doing stuff for yourself and just rising up to the occasion and doing great for yourself. But I just want to take, a different route and say that, a person cannot achieve all of those things if they don't take care of themselves. We live in a very interesting time right now, and so many things happen. For us young people, there's lots of pressure from ourselves, pressure from people around, pressure from, everywhere, and as well as maybe our parents or whatever, but there's so much that is going on, leasing or the level of things is really, really high. And everyone seems to, have everything together because, we're on social media and all those things, and everyone just looks like they have everything, figured out. And yet that's not always the case. So maybe I'll say because of my experience with a lot of things and also dealing with issues myself, I decided to be an advocate for mental health because I feel like it's really important for us to rise to greater heights. We must rise to greater heights within. You need to take care of yourself first, and one of the things that I've realized, especially in our community, in our, I'll say, country, is that, mental health is seen to be a weakness, especially when it comes to men. A lot of people don't want to say that, oh, I'm having a problem, oh, I can't get this done, whatever the case. And so they hide. And then you find that there are problems after that, and that's not okay. So I just want to encourage everyone that is watching this to love themselves. And loving yourself is not about looking great. I know I'm big on, fashion and makeup and everything. I like things. Yes, let's get that out there. But I feel like it's important to love yourself, and loving yourself is not just, about the outer, appearance. It's about your mental health, your spiritual health as well, and other things that other people cannot see. And that's really important for you to be able to give out the best of yourself. You need to take care of yourself. And this just starts by, acknowledging that you just might have a problem with something and trying to figure out what that is, and maybe speaking or talking to someone about it. Personally, I've had, an experience and a half, but I got to be assisted because I decided, what, I don't want to love myself outwardly, but I want to love myself to just start a work within, inside. So I just want, mine will be short because I'm going to put a video, music video for you guys to watch, because I'm an artist, and that's mainly the reason why I am here. And low key, show you guys, for those that are in the corporates, that there is symphony here, and you guys can call your girl to do the things for you. But anyway, I just want to encourage, especially the men. We look up to you. We love you. We get so much, from you, but we also understand that you're humans. Yes, you are our heroes, but you're human beings, and it's okay to find help if you need help. Also, as someone who is in the public eye, someone who a lot of people find, inspiration from, it was a bit of, a challenge to say, oh, hey, I think I have a problem. I think I need to see a therapist or a psychologist. Most of the time when we are in, the front line or something like that, we are afraid to talk about, our problems or anything like that. I want to encourage, everyone who who might be watching this, that it doesn't matter. You're a human being and you have emotions, you go through things, and it's okay to, to take care of yourself. So I hope that that meant something, and someone who's going to take that and use that. For us to rise to greater heights, we must take care of ourselves. So one of the speakers talked about, having an impact, on other people. I feel like it is not real if you're not real with yourself. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to work. If it doesn't work for you, if it doesn't lift you up, if it doesn't, make you a better person, it's not going to work for anyone else. It shouldn't always be about inspiring people, building people, living a legacy, and all those things. If it's not working for you, you are important. You need to be happy first, and then you'll be able to, take out or give out or pour out to other people. It's very, very important. And I want to say that people should put that in mind. It's really, really important. Without any further ado, I'm going to introduce myself, and you guys are going to watch a video of me singing. This video is a song that I wrote. It's in Siswati. It's titled Nkatele. Basically, what it talks about is that, sometimes we blame people that are around us for whatever that is happening in our lives or whatever that we're going through. And yet, just sometimes it just could be you. You just need to look at yourself in the mirror and let go of all those negative energies and all those things and just speak to yourself. And just speak to yourself and, hold your head up high. So usually when I write, I like to write about inspirational stuff, like lifting up people, because I feel like we live in interesting times. So you need a little bit of, pat on the back every now and then. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. So here is Nkatele. Enjoy. There it is. Just trying to play it.
Having to blame people and circumstances, but sometimes you have to look at the person that's in the mirror and deal with that person. So here is Nkatele. Let go of the negative vibes and be happy. Hey. Sometimes we hold ourselves back, caring, but once you let go, at some point we need to free ourselves. Let go of it all. Sometimes we hold our own selves back, caring, but once you let go, at some point we need to free ourselves. Let go of it all. Hey, Katela me next lela and move. Katela me no bamba and my boo. Hey, Katela me no gustalan saba. Hey, Katele, yes, she gon' get past. I'm rising from the ashes. my crown right now, but here I am choosing to change for me. Listen, I am rising from the ashes. I am putting on my crown right now, right here. I'm choosing to change for me. I'm missing Cancelo me, never salela, and over. Cancelo me, Nagamba, Nalama Kubu, Cancelo me, Kuhalan Saba. Yes, in Cancele, yes, she won't get pop. Break it down, come on. Hey, it's anyway. In Fogotelo, it's anyway. Kukala, it's anyway. Kunatileling, it's anyway. It's anyway. It's anyway. In Fogotelo, it's anyway. I hope you.
Atiline DHA. What exactly does that mean? It actually means spending those sleepless nights baking for my clients.
Symphony, that was a powerful message from your song. I'm not too sure if you want to play the next one, because I was thinking that you were actually playing the song only to find that it was playing on my end. So I wasn't even sharing. Do you want to play the next song, or what do you think?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can play the next one. That's okay.
Okay. Do you have it on your end?
No, I shared the links with you.
Okay. Okay, you know what? I believe let's take the next speaker, and then after the next speaker, we're gonna play your song because it wasn't ready on my end. But thank you for being an inspiration, Symphony, to the youth, to everyone, to women, really. You've been an inspiration to many. So thank you, my sister, and keep the light shining out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So our next speaker, it's gonna be our brother here, Stanley Mkwanazi. Stanley Mkwanazi. Yes, you're gonna be the next speaker, my brother. And unfortunately, I tried to dig deep on your bio. You're gonna forgive me, and I hope you're not gonna hate me after this. So please, my brother, take the stage and introduce yourself. You are muted. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. I can't even see myself. Okay. All right, thank you so much, Bumi, and good evening, everyone. My name is Stanley Mkwanazi. I am a entrepreneurship trainer. I am also a coach and a consultant on entrepreneurship development. I've been working on this space for the past 15 years. I've worked with an organization called TechnoServe, and then for 6 years and another 6 years, I worked with Junior Achievement, Eswatini. So I've interacted with different types of entrepreneurs, and I think that's where my passion actually lies. I'm also interested in youth development issues. I've been involved in a number of initiatives, including being a board member for the Eswatini National Youth Council. I also have a passion like Symphony on mental health issues, inspired by my own personal experience. I now work in helping other people going through such challenges. I also have a background in journalism and mass communication. That's where my qualification actually is. And currently, I host a radio program with the Voice of the Church on behalf of our church. I am a pastor. I am also a theology student. I'm currently doing a theology at the Southern African Nazarene University. So briefly, that's about me. And today, I want to share a little bit on entrepreneurship. I think that's the theme or the topic that I've been tackling. And specifically on entrepreneurship, I'll be looking at bouncing back from your setbacks as an entrepreneur. And, you know, it's a difficult time to talk about entrepreneurship right now. When I talk to entrepreneurship and ask the question, how are you doing? The response that you actually get is that it is bad, it is tough. That's the reality that we are actually facing today, given what is happening around the world with the pandemic. And the reality is that entrepreneurs, they actually operate in a very unpredictable, volatile environment. And by nature, the entrepreneurship or the business environment is an environment that attracts a lot of anxieties in the sense that you always think about your customers, you think about where can I get money to pay my employees, you think about your suppliers, you think about the banks behind you. So generally, it's a very stressful environment. And COVID-19 has actually made things much, much worse for entrepreneurs. And some have actually had to close down their businesses. Some had to significantly scale down their businesses. So it takes quite a lot on entrepreneurs. But the interesting thing for me is that when you look at some of the business recovery strategies, you realize that the focus is actually on the business itself. But through my years working with entrepreneurs, I have actually come to understand, and I'm fully convinced that the entrepreneur is actually the engine of the business. The entrepreneur is actually the heartbeat of the enterprise itself. Or rather, the success or the failure of that business is hugely dependent on the decisions that are actually made by the entrepreneur. So for me, I'm saying it is interesting that the focus is mainly on businesses and how do we get them back on track. And for me, it's more like you're saying, how do we get back the car on the road without attending to the engine itself? So in essence, we're saying, for me, it is very, very important that we take particular or special attention to the well-being of entrepreneurs as we are looking at how do they come back to functionality. Now, if you look at the environment now, I want to believe that the entrepreneurs that are going to actually survive are those who have been able to develop what we call the entrepreneurial resilience in themselves. I'm happy to see your background, Bomi. It's talking to resilience as well. So I think it is very important that we look into resilience on entrepreneurship, what you call entrepreneurial resilience. In short, we're looking at how do you come back from the setbacks in your business. When you talk of resilience, it speaks to how do you handle failure. And because we are working in a cultural context that views failure from a negative perspective. And what is key is that we have to look at assist entrepreneurs to understand that failure is part of the journey, and how do you then learn from those kind of failures. When you talk of entrepreneurial resilience, we are talking of the ability to start again. We are talking about being able to tap into your psychological capital in order to continue running with your business, in order to come back and adapt to the realities that you are actually facing. And I am saying we need to pay particular attention to the entrepreneurs themselves, because the truth is that entrepreneurs tend to marry their businesses. They tend to, their whole lives, their whole soul is so attached to their businesses. Therefore, when it comes to a point like we see today, where they have to lose their businesses, they have to close down, you are actually saying they are losing a part of themselves. Now, how do you come back from that? There are three things that I want to highlight before I actually close on this one. And this is based on when you actually study some of these entrepreneurs, those who are able to come back. You know, we normally say businesses will fail within the first 5 years of their lives. But the reality is that what you see is that you see one entrepreneur starting a business, it will fail, but they'll move on and start another business. You meet this person in town, what are you up to right now? And they will tell you, you know what, that one didn't go well, but now this is what I'm actually doing. So that's the kind of entrepreneurs that we need to actually pay particular attention to, because those are the kind of entrepreneurs that are going to actually survive the trying times faced by entrepreneurs at this moment, and are going to help in terms of rebuilding the economy themselves. So how do you assess those? How do you go about in terms of understanding that, in terms of dealing with those kind of setbacks as entrepreneurs? One of the things that entrepreneurs need to understand as an entrepreneur is that even if you lose your business, even if you experience that kind of what we call failure, it is important for you to, number one, accept the reality of your loss. Accept the reality of your loss. Like I said, it's like you're losing a part of you. And if you're losing a part of you, then there is a process immediately when you lock up the office door and you hand over the keys to the landlord and you are saying goodbye to the place that you've been working from for 5 years, 10 years. It's not so easy. So basically, it's important then that you accept, you grieve, if I can use that word. You allow yourself to grieve, you accept the reality of your loss, and you accept that things have come to this way so that you're able to recover quickly. And that is my next point. Because once you allow yourself to go through that period of letting go, letting go of that business, and you have to start afresh now. You have to remember why you started this journey. You have to remember why are you in this thing, and that means you need to now tap into your motivation. What is it that made you to go into that kind of business or to go into business? What is it that is in you that is driving you? Because if you go back to that, it will help you to quickly move to the last point I want to highlight, which is the point of where you now need to start adapting to the situation. You now need to adjust and re-strategize on what is next. And again, this speaks to understanding your psychological capital, understanding what is giving you that strength to pursue the goal, to pursue your business. And now you have to find ways to adjust to the changes that are in the environment. You now have to learn, how do I live? How do I run a business now, given that you are living at COVID-19 era? And the reality is that we're still going to take some time to go back to what you used to know as normal. That means we need to live and adapt to the current situation. So the long and short of it, it is very important that we understand that the wellness of the entrepreneur, the psychological wellness of the entrepreneur is actually good and important for the success of the business. And it will determine how you continue in this business world. If you yourself, you have actually tuned yourself, or rather tuned yourself into the realities of this world. So it's important to do that. And I want to believe that as entrepreneurs, there is a lot that you can actually understand. There's a lot that we can actually do if you have a support structure and have a support system. I heard some of the speakers before me, they talked about mentorship, which is also very important. And we talk about your social networks. That means I'm referring to your social circle, your friends, relatives, because those, they come in handy to help you to adjust to the realities that we are actually facing. So the long and short of it, that is my presentation today, to say only entrepreneurs who work on their resilience will be able to succeed. Our presenter is no longer here, or host. Thank you, Bumi. I think I've arrived to my conclusion.
I'm still here, my friend. I cannot go anywhere. You know what? Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing these nuggets. Really, they are needed, more especially in this pandemic. Resilience to greatness. I always say that everyone is destined for greatness. So thank you, my brother, for sharing such a timely, needed message. So our next speaker is gonna be Obed Manyanye. Obed Manyanye is a man of great dreams with a humble background. He is a versatile entrepreneur and financial education trainer with vast experience in financial literacy, business development, tax practice, and leadership development. Obed is now popularly known as the corporate doctor because of his unrivaled expertise in various segments of business and financial affairs amongst the youth. Worth mentioning is him being a director in more than 5 companies in the Kingdom of Eswatini and across the borders. To date, he has published 2 inspirational books under the tag name Dare Dream, and his 3rd book, titled The Cash Flow Doctor, is on its way to be published. When it comes to money talks, you have a buddy. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Obed Manyanye.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Yes, I hope you are hearing me. I don't know if my mic is working well.
We can hear you.
All right. The journey to financial freedom is an amazing journey, but it's not for the faint-hearted because it involves going through ups and downs, and you experience some setbacks. Sometimes the education we have, the background we have on financial matters, it has a very big impact on our financial, on our journey to financial freedom. All right, I'm just going to speak a little bit on financial freedom. As I'm already running late, I have a bit of some other stages. Right, so financial freedom. Most people, they think it's all about having a lot of money, right? But financial freedom, it starts with a mindset. I think the previous speakers, they've talked about attitude in different areas, it's in life, be it in entrepreneurship. Yes, and you know, all these things, they are all centered around our lives, and money is not to be left out, you know. Many young people, they are struggling. They are really struggling because of debts. And the first thing you should consider when you want to venture into, if you want to engage or embark on the journey to financial freedom, is to get out of debt. You can think about saving, you can talk about investing, but as long as you've got some debts, it's like you are pressing the accelerator of your car while the other foot is on the pedal or brakes, you know. So basically, you're trying to move on while you're trying to stop yourself, because one pedal is for moving forward and the other is actually stopping if it's not going to take you back. So debt is one aspect that is causing many people to have financial problems. It's not that we are not getting any income, you're not getting any money, but you are getting it, but where is it going? It is going to pay debts. And usually what happens with the debt is interesting to obtain. You know, we always find it interesting to acquire debt, but it's difficult to pay back. Well, it's all about your mindset. It's all about what you understand. So if you really want to experience a life of financial freedom, you have to program your mind. You have to reprogram your mindset. You know, there are things we have learned when we're young. There are things we learned when we were still in primary school or in high school, bad things about money. You know, most people, they believe that the more money comes with some dirty tricks. And here in Africa, we believe people who are rich, they've got some sort of muti, they've got some sort of, a snake or rats, those things. But it's all about what we think. But otherwise, people are working to attain financial freedom. You know, one thing you have to understand about financial freedom is you have to, when you are out of debt, you now have to focus on increasing your income and reducing your expenditure. Right. Basic principles about finances is never spend more than you earn, isn't it? That is what we have learned. But I've got one other principle. Don't spend what you don't have. Most people, they tend to, debt is more like spending what you don't have. You are more like saying, okay, I'm going to get money tomorrow or at the end of the month, your salary is coming, and then you start spending that money. How? By borrowing the next person. If you ever ask yourself, the person you are borrowing the money, where are they getting that money from? They've got some financial policies in their lives, and you also have to have one. You need to have financial targets. You have to set financial goals, and you follow those. Spending less than you earn, it means you are going to be left with something either to create room to earn more income, or to invest, or to save. Okay, talking about saving, saving is talked about everywhere. You talk about finances, they talk about saving as well as investment. And some people, they actually use those terms interchangeably. But saving, saving is all about putting money somewhere. And the tricky part about saving is, where are you putting that money? You might be putting money where you have got access to that money. And anytime you feel like you need to pay some bills or you want to buy something, you go and fetch that money again. Or you put it in a saving account, which has got some bank charges on a monthly basis and no interest. At the end of the day, you find that your money is actually losing. It's actually losing value, or it's getting reduced. Like you put away 1,000, and then bank charges will be coming in every month. And after 6 months, you might be left with 800 Malangin or $800, whatever the currency is. So when you want to save money, you have to make it a lifestyle. And you have to know that you are putting it where either you don't have access to that money, or that money is not going to be eroded by bank charges or similar charges. Right. When you talk about investing now, we are talking about putting money where it's going to earn you more money. It can be interest, it can be accumulating value, it can be building a property empire, or it can be anything whereby you are going to get more money. You are putting your money to work. That is what we're always talking about. You have to put your money to work. It's about investing that money where you are going to get more money. Right. Why am I talking about all this? Most young people, when we are talking about financial freedom, or when we are teaching financial education, they believe for you to be successful, you have to have assets, right? But the assets they normally talk about, they're talking about, sometimes, if not most of the time, lifestyle assets. Having a car that is not even going to be used for any business or to generate income, that is a lifestyle asset. And in the end, it becomes a liability. Why should I say it's a liability? For you to move that car, you need to put fuel, you need to service that car, and a lot of other things. Right. If you are not going to be generating money with that vehicle, then that's a liability. There are people who buy assets with loans, right? And that is where most young people, they are trapped in debt. You're going to get a loan from the bank and to finance the purchase of the vehicle. And on a monthly basis, you'll be paying back the loan plus interest. But at the end of the day, is that vehicle doing any work to generate the principal you're paying to the bank as well as the interest? So you have to be able to differentiate between assets and liabilities. There are things that we always label as assets, televisions, computers, cell phones, those things. Even houses sometimes, they might not be the asset you think they are. You know, if you really look at the figures when you are talking about numbers, is the house that you are considering an asset a real asset or is actually a liability? Like, for example, I have a friend of mine, right? He built his house on a loan, and he is paying a loan for the past 7 years. He has been paying loans, and I have got another friend who built his own house using his own savings or cash, right? And he is not paying rent. Instead, he is actually renting out certain rooms. Right? He is getting some income, while this one is still struggling to pay back the loan to the bank. This one built a smaller thing and is actually getting something out of it, and has got no obligation to pay anybody. So there is a difference that it's all about what you understand about money. What do you understand about assets? What do you understand about investment? So you have to be very careful. If you want to enjoy financial freedom, you have to understand a lot of things. Why should you invest in something you don't understand? Like, for example, your houses, right? These days, property, you have to understand that a residential property, as much as it might have good income, but commercial property has got more income. But then the investment in commercial property is also high. But then I will tell you how to convert a residential property into a commercial property. I think I've talked about this several times. You know, you can actually be owning a house which is maybe a few bedrooms, and you are not even using all the bedrooms. You can either rent those rooms out and receive some monthly income, but that won't be much. But if you convert that house into a guest house or a lodge, you are going to get daily income. You are going to get weekly income. And at the end of the day, if you add up that income, it's more than the income you could have been earning if you have let that house as a residential. You can actually move out of your own house and go and rent out, and you go and rent another house which is even much cheaper, and you rent out your house which is going to get you more income, and you use that income you are getting from this house to even build another house. There are so many tricks about financial freedom, just that I'm trying to go through a few things as I'm trying to shorten my presentation here. But you have to understand the true value of your asset. Whenever you are talking about your asset, what is the purpose of your asset? Is it going to be generating your income, or is it just for your lifestyle? And if you understand those differences, then you are able to engage or embark on a journey to financial freedom. All right. The other problem we normally encounter on our journey to financial freedom is failing to acknowledge when we've got financial problems, failing to acknowledge our financial mistakes. There are some mistakes we make on a daily basis, and those financial mistakes, they cost us in the long term. They might not be costing us now, but in the long term, they will cost us big time. Even these days we take today, you might be like, okay, now I managed to buy this and that, or you go and borrow 1% to pay the next person, and it's like you have solved one financial problem, or you have solved a debt. But then that debt it's like you are just transferring it from one person to the other, but are you paying it off? So what is the solution now to cancel those debts? You have to increase your income, reduce your expenditure. Right. The simple trick about reducing income, reducing your expenditure and increasing your income, is you have to have the record. You have to understand. You have to keep a record of your income and your expenditure. How much are you earning in a month? How much are you getting in a month, and how much are you spending? Right? You'll be shocked. You'll be amazed if you add up the things that you spend on a regular monthly basis. And then you also look at the income you get. Sometimes you find that you've got only one source of income, but how many sources outside that go out of your income? We call it outflow, right? Your inflow versus your outflow. How much are you getting and how much is going out? And at the end of the day, you'll find that most people, they are trapped in debt, in that your income is, say, 10,000, your expenditure is 11,000, but because you borrowed 2,000, you'll be left with 1,000, and you'll be like, I'm financially stable. But then you still have a 2,000, And the more you borrow, the more you accumulate interest and all those things. Those are financial leaks, right? It's like your pockets, they've got holes. You get your money and the money is disappearing. You don't even see what you are doing with your money. Why? Because of this interest. So if you want to enjoy financial freedom, you have to learn a lot about finances. You have to learn a lot about money. It's time you actually unlearn a lot of things that we grew up knowing about money. Money is dirty and all those things. There is a verse most people they quote from the Bible that the love of money is the root of all evil. Actually, some they even say the love of money, or actually they say money is the root of all evil. But the Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. But I'll tell you, it depends on your mindset about money. The love of money, I love money myself, but I do not engage in criminal activities to acquire that money. The moment you engage into criminal activities to acquire or to get money, then that is where the problem is. But as long as you hustle out, they've been talking about business opportunities and all those things. If you are working towards getting the money that you so love, I don't see anything evil about it. In other words, in actual fact, even the word of God itself, preaching, church things, and they need money. They need to be financed. But if there are scrupulous means of getting money, then it becomes evil. So what do you understand about money? What do you understand when it comes to money? What are your thoughts when it comes to money? Your mind takes the shape of your thoughts. What comes into your mind the moment someone mentions the word money? What comes into your mind the moment they tell you that you have won $1 million? Some people, the first thing that comes into their mind whenever they have been told that you've got some money or your salary has got into your bank account now, or you have won money, it's about spending. You must think about earning more money from whatever you'll be getting before you start spending. Coming to saving, I skipped that one. Most people, they want to save change. I don't have a problem if you save change. I don't have a problem myself if I save change, but saving, you have to prioritize it. Start with saving, set a certain amount. That's why I was talking about you have financial goals, financial targets. If you tell yourself that 20% is my monthly saving, the moment you get your income, the moment you get any money, you take away that 20%, put it away wherever it is to go. Instead of you going to spend, and then when you are done, then you say, I'm now going to save. Now, most of the time you find that there will be nothing to save. There will be nothing to save because the more you earn, the more expenses you incur, right? So if you want to enjoy financial freedom, you have to learn a lot about financial education. You have to learn a lot about money, and you have to be prepared. You have to have courage. You have to have confidence. Money, it requires you to have confidence, because there are so many negative things about money. There are so many negative things around us concerning money. And if you focus your mindset on those negative things, you can never attain financial freedom because it's all about your mindset. Real money. I wrote in my first book titled Dare to Dream, Live a Lifestyle of Purpose. I said, real money, yes, we know it's in the bank, right? But the real money that I'm talking about is in the mind. It's not in the bank. For the money to go into the bank, you have to transfer it from here. How? You put into practice the principles about money, principles and practices about money that will make you earn the money. The ideas you have, all those things that the other presenters were talking about, it's all about it. Turning those ideas, those projects and all those things into money. And then that is banking your ideas. That is banking the money in your mind. Once you have the right mindset about money, I'm telling you, earning money becomes very easy. But once you keep on thinking that the moment you get money, it's about spending. You work throughout your entire life for debts, for bills, for small things. Rich people are not people who started with a lot of money. There are people who started with small amounts of money, but they had to practice discipline about finances. They had to set financial goals. They had to sacrifice a lot of time, family time, and a lot of things, leisure and all those things. All right. But if you still believe that when you get your money, the next thing is you have to find out where is the best meal I can buy. Okay, nothing wrong about having a best meal, but then is it necessary? So whenever you have to spend money, you have to ask yourself, is it necessary? And myself, when I spend money, I have to ask myself, I'm spending this money. Is there anything in return that I'm going to get by spending? Okay, there are always going to be those expenses that you have to incur where you don't have to expect anything back. But when you buy a phone, you can buy a very good phone. But if that phone is not going to generate you money these days with all those applications on the phone, which have got potential for you to earn money, and you are not getting anything out of that, then you are still far away from actually starting the journey to financial freedom. Because the phone in your hands, it can be a tool for generating income. You can use it to make calls, those contacts, start calling people, start selling to them. You might be having a regular income, but it's not enough. It's not enough. You have to have sources of income whereby you've got extra income that you don't even have to budget for. And when you get that income, channel it towards creating more money, generating more money. Sometimes building is very painful. I will tell you from experience, I'm one person who invests in property. And each and every day, the thing that comes into my mind whenever I receive some money is like, okay, what can I buy from with this money towards my construction? Right? It's painful to build, but I can tell you, once you make it a habit of spending on investments or in construction like houses, and you'll find it's very interesting. The moment you receive 1,000, you'll be like, okay, how many bags of cement am I going to buy here? Because it's about reconditioning your mindset. What happens in your mindset when it's about money? What are you going to do with the money that you're going to receive from now? Then the moment you start programming your mindset towards creating more income streams, generating more income, then you are actually positioning yourself to attaining financial freedom. You don't have to wait for retirement for you to build a retirement home. That is one mistake I've seen in mostly those people who are in certain organizations. I'm not going to name them. They wait for retirement for them to build a retirement home. But I'll tell you, retirement fund is not for building a retirement. It's for financing your lifestyle from the time you stop working up to the time you leave this world. All right. Your retirement home is a home that you should be built right now while you are still able, while you are still working, while you are still running businesses. People, they say life starts at 40. But if I ask you, when did your financial journey start? When is your financial journey going to start? If you are able to start your financial journey before you reach 40, then you can start talking about life starting at 40. But at the end of the day, what you have to know is you don't have to spend your retirement fund on a retirement home. Instead, your retirement home, you should build it right now. There are so many things I can share about financial freedom. In fact, I'm writing my book. I titled The Cash Flow Doctor. It's talking about a lot of these things in detail. And I've got so much that is before me here, because after this, I have got another presentation on finances. I would have wanted to share a lot of this, but because of time, I won't talk about it. I wrote a lot of these things. I've got my book here. This is my second book. It's called Dare to Dream, The Road Less Traveled. You know what it means when you say the road less traveled? These are things that people, they do not practice on a daily basis, including budgeting and planning. Most people, they just get their income and they just spend it without even blindly spending. You don't even know where your money is going. You don't even know how much you are getting before you start calculating taxes and all those things. How much are you earning? And my first book is Dare to Dream, The Lifestyle of Purpose. Live the Lifestyle of Purpose. All these books, as much as they talk about life in general and all other things, entrepreneurship, there's always going to be chapters that talk about finance, because our life is centered around money. Some, they say, money cannot buy you happiness, money cannot buy you health, but you go to a hospital without money and see and get treatment. Try to try to have happiness when there's someone calling you that they need their money. So I'm telling you, money can buy happiness. In fact, money can buy you the things that can give you happiness. Money can you pay the bills that will leave you in a happy lifestyle, right? So there's so much I can talk about when it comes to money, but because of time, I'm not going to talk about all those things. But if you need to talk to learn more about finances, I think Mpumi is going to share with you guys my details. And some of the people, they know me, Wara Wara. I've met Wara Wara. I've invited him to my business shows. I have invited Telumusa Dlamini. I was due to meet Sponiso Matlova last year, but we ended up not meeting. I know he has forgotten we had forgotten when I called him, but otherwise, finding me is very easy. We can talk about money anytime because I believe my life is centered around money talks. Money talks, and money itself, it talks. It has to talk to you. It has to talk about you. It has to talk on your behalf. Thank you.
Wow, Obed. You know, I believe your topic really, it just deserves the whole week. You schooling us on financial freedom. Really, I so wish I had this information before like after high school when I was just spending more than what I can earn, really. So your topic really, it just deserves the whole day talking about it. So thank you so much, Obed, for sharing such a much needed message today. Thank you. And I'm also wondering, how can we get hold of your book? Do you mind like sharing with the audience where they can get your book?
Okay, currently my books, they are available. I don't know if they still have stock. HM Stationery, they are in Manzini and Babane. They do have my books. And they are also available from my offices. I've got an office in Manzini as well as in Babane. So they are available. I can also share my contact details in case someone wants me to deliver. My number is 7662 6188. 7662 6188. You can call me to order. Each book is 100 Malangan, but if you buy the two of them, it's 150. You save 50. You know, it's a bargain. Thank you.
Wow. I believe our audience will just rush into your office to HM to grab that book because I believe that there is more to learn from you. So thank you, my brother. Thank you for sharing such a timely needed message. So our next speaker, yes, our next is going to be Temnot for Precious Mabuza, Dr. Temnot for Precious Mabuza, as I could call her. She is a 30-year-old female born in Babane. She was raised by her maternal grandmother in Malkans with the help of her mother by the name of Ntembeni Cynthia Masego, who was a nurse at the Mbabane Government Hospital. She studied at Nhlanganisweni High School for her secondary education and then graduated as Setsembiso Sebunye Bahai High School in 2007. She then went to Durban Ancolite College. Unfortunately, she got sick with lupus and then she was returned home in Eswatini. And she opted for a nursing degree in which she graduated with a distinction in 2015. She worked briefly for 3 months as a nurse at the Regina Mande Clinic in Peakspeak and later transferred to Mbabane Government Hospital. She was so determined to follow her passion and decided to apply for a medical scholarship to study medicine in Taiwan, which she made it to the selection process, a fully paid scholarship, and pursued a bachelor's degree in medicine postgraduate course for 4 years. She graduated successfully in 2020 and returned back home to do her internship program. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Dr. Temnot for Mabuza.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Nompumelelo. My name is Temnot Mabuza. I'm a young doctor. I just graduated from Isho University. Actually, I came back last year in August. with the repatriation flight, because there was COVID this side, so there were no flights. So fortunately enough, the king decided to organize a repatriation flight for us to come back home. I'm grateful for this opportunity. I've learned a lot and I've been entertained a lot. So my presentation mainly is about my experience in Taiwan as a student. And I was lucky enough to get everything coordinated by my doctor. Mainly my specific points or my principles that helped sustain me to survive in Taiwan. Firstly was my purpose. It helps a lot being selective in the field that you want to pursue and being clear on your goals. For me, I always knew that I wanted to be in the medical field. So even when I got sick, as Nompumelelo has mentioned, that I went to Durban while I was trying to pursue medicine. While that dream was delayed by getting sick and coming back home, I knew that I still wanted to pursue something in the medical field. So even though I got sick, that my dream got delayed, when I came back, I knew that my option in Swaziland, because we've got so limited options, I knew that I can only do nursing. So that helped me narrow down my research I was clear where I was going. So that helped me focus on what's important and what I can do, even if option A fails. Another thing, if you're clear on your goals, you will do a proper research on the available options on whichever you want to pursue. So in doing that, in knowing your purpose, you will narrow down your research, time and management, and focus the resources only on what you're going to do. You won't be wandering around and researching or taking every opportunity that comes along. And that saves you time and focus your resources, because it takes money for you to go to the internet cafe, for you to do the application process. There's always money involved. So if you are focused, you are clear on your goals, and you are selective, and you do a proper research, you know where your time is going, you know where your money is going, and you know where your research is going. And another thing that helped me with the purpose, with focusing on my purpose, is every opportunity that God gives you every opportunity will be related to your purpose. If I were to choose maybe to be in humanity, maybe I will be presented with the opportunities that are in humanity. But then, because my purpose, I knew that what I wanted. So I knew my purpose. So my opportunities were aligned with what I wanted to pursue. So another thing that helped me focus my purpose was befriending people who are already abroad through social media and ask questions on how they got there. It's better to ask people who have been there, and social media has made things so much easier for all of us to communicate. As much as some of the people I knew even before they went to Taiwan, so it was easier for me to still maintain those relationships. So relationships and conversations and maintaining proper relationships is very important to help you get you to where you want to be. And for Taiwan, I know mainly opportunities related to Taiwan, that it's important that when you do your proper research, you do a proper comparison of the available opportunities that they provide. Especially for Taiwan, there's only 3 scholarships. There's ICDF, there's MOFA, there's the university scholarship. So if you know well enough that ICDF and MOFA, they provide a full scholarship, and then university scholarship is going to provide a partial scholarship, then you're going to do a proper financial planning on what you need to have when you go to that school. And if you do have ICDF and MOFA, then you're lucky enough that you're going to have a full paid scholarship. So I was lucky enough to get those scholarships, the ICDF one. And then another thing that's very important that helped me was timing. It's very important to be calculative in your timing. Take calculated risks in your timing. If you know that you can't, for me, in my experience, I pursued nursing for 3 years. That is a diploma. And then I tried to go back to Durban to pursue medicine, but then it was not a good timing because the minimum requirements in Durban was a degree, and the minimum requirements for Taiwan was a degree. So I learned that you have to take calculated risks, know what you need, what time you need to spend in order to get to point B. And then you also it helped me to know the requirements that you need. I don't know how to simplify it, but if you know that you need a degree to get to point B, then you won't waste your time trying to apply, knowing very well that you're not going to meet the standard that is required. And what I've learned is also that you have to keep track of you keep yourself abreast, learn, and try to keep yourself reading newspapers, be connected to social media. Most of the announcements they are there, and listen to the radio. Most of Taiwanese scholarships are announced in the radio or in the paper, or you can hear a friend. So it's very helpful to keep yourself abreast, like keep reading, keep yourself out there, keep track of the application processes, the deadlines. If you don't understand, you ask. Luckily enough, in Taiwan, there are always people who are always there to facilitate the application process. Whenever you don't understand anything, you can always email them, and then they will reply very fast and address whatever concerns that you have and guide you through the application process. And because it's a competition, especially in medicine, we all know that medicine it's a very very expensive field. For you to get a medicine scholarship, you need to have proper funding. And it's too long. So usually you need a lot of money, and money that's enough to sustain you for at least 4 years for us, because it's a post-degree program. So you have to market yourself, because it's very competitive. There are a lot of people who've done well and deserve the scholarship, but so you have to market yourself, sell yourself, convince the other person to give you the scholarship, because it's very expensive. If I'm not mistaken, for us, they told us that it takes 1 million emalangeni for one student to study medicine in Taiwan. So that's a lot of money. So they don't just give it to anyone. So it's important that you market yourself, you convince them to give you that scholarship. And what I also learned was that Taiwanese are very strict and disciplined. There is no room for error. When doing the application process, you have to make sure that you do it thorough. If you don't understand anything, ask for those who are ahead of you, or ask for any clarifications from the school for anything that you don't understand. And it happens that when you apply for the first time, you do not get through. It's not that you do not get through because you did not qualify. Sometimes it's because you did not present yourself well, or you didn't know what was required during the oral interview. So it happens that you don't get through in the first year. Some people have applied for 4 times. So it's better to, I don't know, what I can say about that is that you don't have to give up. If you don't get through the first time, you can always try the second time. Some people get through even the 4th time. So it helps to be resilient and keep pursuing if you feel like that's where you're supposed to be, then you need to not give up on your dream. Sometimes it's not just you are denied the dream, it's just that you are delayed. And another last thing I wanted to talk about was that control is an illusion. Most of the time when you lose control of the environment, or when you lose the scholarship, or when you lose whatever that was dear to you, you tend to lose hope. and kind of wander around and get discouraged and not focus on what you want to do. What helped me is you just go with the flow of life. We are only given enough strength for today and enough strength to sustain us today. If I may quote a verse, there is a verse that it says, give us this daily bread, which means you are given enough bread for only this day. So as much as you want to pursue your dreams, you have determination and eagerness and perseverance. You don't have to stress about it, whether it's going to happen or it's not going to happen, or what else might go wrong. You are only given enough strength for today and to pursue your dreams. That is enough for today. Like, focus on what you can do today to control the process of today. And then living in Taiwan is very stressful. Medicine is very hard. We hardly slept because you're trying to maintain you're trying to study, and you're trying to communicate with people here at home, and they are asleep, and you want to sleep where they are awake, and you want to study. So it's kind of like a complicated process. But when you try to manage those time zones, you also have to balance your schoolwork, and you also have to balance your family life. You also have to balance your social life. What helped me a lot is exercise. I lost about 10 kgs, I think. I was exercising and I was eating healthy. And another thing that helps is to have a hobby, or have another. I'm glad that somebody has talked about financial freedom, because the stipend is not enough. So you have to have something on the side that should help you sustain your income. And usually most of us who go to Taiwan are postgraduate students. So we usually have families behind that we need to feed with. So the money they give you to sustain you is usually not enough. So I had a side thing that I was doing. I was doing hairdressing anyway. So it is well paying anyways overseas. So as much as I'm getting the stipend, I'm also generating income that is going to sustain me. So, but in that process of having something on the side to sustain you, you also have to maintain a balance. Like, know when it's don't lose focus on what you came here to do. I was there to study, and then I was there. If I wanted to make extra cash, I have to manage those customers like on my free time. Don't let it interfere with what I was doing or what I came there to do. So as much as you explore, you ensure that it doesn't divert your focus or your primary goal for going there. And then my last thing is have fun in the process. It helps a lot. It helps relieves the stress. It was very stressful being there. Some of the food is not user friendly, I would say. So Chinese food is not my thing. So I was struggling with the food. So another thing is, like, have fun in the process, but responsible fun, and try new things. You only get one opportunity, and it's only like travel. If you have to travel, I will manage to travel to some Asian countries around. It's very helpful if you go abroad that you be open-minded, learn other cultures, and ensure that you acquire as much as information as you can get from other people. And lastly is God and family will keep you grounded throughout the process. That's the only thing that sustained me the whole 4 years. So as I'm a Christian, that's the only thing that I would have gone mad if God wasn't there. And my family, the support in everything, it was sustained me up to this far. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I'll be practicing medicine in Babani Government Hospital. I'm in the gynae department. So if you are giving birth anytime soon, you'll find me there. I hope this was helpful for those who are willing to travel abroad or who are willing to study abroad. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, Temnat, thank you so much for sharing like your wisdom and your experience about studying in Taiwan and also the side hustles that you do really in a foreign land. I envy you. Thank you so much, Temnato, for sharing your experience to the audience. I believe that whosoever is interested in studying in Taiwan or abroad, with these nuggets, really, it's going to be a life changing in your life. So thank you, Sissy. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is going to be Celeste Richards. Celeste Richards was born in Babane in the beautiful kingdom of Eswatini. She attained her master's degree in clinical psychology at the Rhodes University in South Africa in 2006. She has been in private practice as a clinical psychologist for 13 years in the kingdom of Eswatini. She is a part-time lecturer at the African Christian College for 6 years now. Celeste is a certified money coach and a director to a company called Infinity that provides wellness training and employee assistance. Celeste has conducted work for a number of leading corporate companies in the Kingdom of Eswatini. She has worked for South African National Defence Force in Port Elizabeth and completed her internship at the Port England Psychiatric Hospital in Grahamstown, South Africa. Celeste has been a keynote speaker for a number of events and conferences within various sectors. Celeste is passionate about people, personal growth, and empowering individuals, education, mental health, and she is committed to contributing to breaking the stigma towards mental health in Swaziland and international. So kings and queens, please join me and welcome Celeste Richards.
Thank you so much. Good evening to everybody. Greetings to all. Special thank you to Rise to Greater Heights and Mpumi for this great opportunity. It's an honor for me. I also want to say thank you to Symphony, Tim Nordfor and Stanley, and you may be wondering why. They've almost set the stage for me. Symphony talking about mental health, Stanley about resilience, and then Tim Nordfor about purpose. It's amazing how God works because those are some of the things that are in my talk today. So I want to talk about what mental health is and mental illness, how to maintain good mental health, and how to build psychological resilience. And the reason that I'm talking about these things is to bring awareness and education in light of these topics to break the stigma about mental health. Things seem to be getting better. I'm so glad that people are talking more openly about their mental health, but I think we've still got a way to go. So the first thing we'll look at is what is mental health? So World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities. They're able to cope with normal stresses of everyday life, and they are fruitful and productive, and they're also able to make a contribution to his or her community. So I want to highlight that mental health is not just the absence of mental illness. I think some of us feel that because we don't have a mental illness, we don't consider mental health. But the reality is mental health, like physical health, is always there. And everyone has it and everyone should be attending to it. So again, mental health is not the absence of mental illness. So mental health is seen on a continuum, like physical health is. You can have poor mental health, or you can have good mental health, or you can be somewhere in between. You cannot have good mental health and poor physical health and vice versa, because they are interdependent. Our mental health looks at how we think, how we feel, and how we behave, how we handle stress, how we relate to others, and how we make choices. It's important to recognize that at every stage of life, all the way from childhood into adolescence, into adulthood, we have mental health. Mental illness is a illness that affects your mental capability, so your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. And this can range and be in very different areas, and there's different types and severity of mental illness. So when one's feelings, thoughts, or behaviors affect your overall functioning and cause distress in your life, we could then say that this person potentially has a mental illness. So I don't want people diagnosing others with what I've just said. If you do suspect that you have a mental illness or somebody you love does, then get the help of a psychologist, a counselor, or your general practitioner or a psychiatrist so that you're getting a professional's opinion. So these conditions and mental illnesses can be long-term, they can be an event or occasional, or they can be chronic, and they affect someone's ability to function in everyday life. So as one would see a general practitioner for a physical symptom or problem, people should start seeing a psychologist or a counselor for a emotional, behavioral, or thought problem. So there's no shame and there's no weakness, there's no embarrassment. I think it's wise and healthy for people to get help. And the more we can break the stigma, the more people will get help. So that's just the introduction as to what mental health and mental illness is. I want to talk a bit to how to maintain good mental health. And Tim Notful highlighted some of these points in how she coped while she was in Taiwan. So the one thing is to eat well. Make sure you're getting your fruit, your vegetables, water. So I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a dietitian, so I'm not going to try and take over that profession, but try and eat from the different food groups and make sure you're getting nutritional meals. Sleep is imperative. I want to encourage you to get good quality sleep. So a lot of people operate on 3 to 4 hours of sleep, and yes, you may be achieving stuff in the time that you're not sleeping now, but it's really unhealthy, and long term it's not beneficial for you to not be getting good sleep. In addition to that, exercise is really good for you. When we exercise or get our hearts beating and our bodies moving, we give off endorphins, and these are what we call happy hormones, as well as serotonin and dopamine. So they help you to have a more improved positive mindset, a better mood. So it's important for you to do that. And it doesn't mean that you've got to be in the gym or you've got to be running, but it could be dancing, it could be gardening, it could be hiking, cycling. Just get your body moving. The other thing that I want to add to that that's really important and significant to maintain your mental health is to comply to the prescription recommendations that you receive from your GP. I'm not only talking in light of whether it's a psychological or mental health issue, but even if it's a physical condition, because remember, we cannot have good mental health if we have poor physical health, because they're interdependent. So it's important that if your doctor has prescribed medication, take it accordingly. If you're having side effects or you're not working, don't just stop, go back to the doctor and communicate and work with your doctor. Also, I want to just add a side note to say, please don't self-medicate and don't be sharing your medication with your family members and your friends, because the doctors know why they prescribe that specific medication for you. A few other areas that would be beneficial to you to maintain good mental health and maintain a positive attitude and overall well-being would be to forgive. And so I think a lot of us have been through difficult experiences, and people may be saying to me that I don't understand what they're feeling, I don't understand their trauma or their hurt, and I don't dismiss that. I may not understand that, but what I do understand is that unforgiveness is poison to your system. I do understand that unforgiveness is actually only going to make you sick physically and psychologically. It's not beneficial for you. So I would recommend that you forgive, that you let go and you release. I'm not saying that that means that you've accepted what's gone on, you've accepted what's happened to you. I'm saying that it's literally saying, I no longer want to be under the power of my offender. So I want to encourage you to forgive in order to maintain good mental health or to improve your mental health. Being grateful and having an attitude of gratitude is very significant. Research has shown that people who are grateful and thankful actually have a positive mindset and a better mood. So sit maybe and think about some of the things you're grateful for. Let us stop complaining and moaning and looking at all the negative experiences and the difficult things that we've been through. Again, I don't deny and dismiss that those are there, but focusing on that is actually not going to be beneficial to you. It's been said that you will go where your strongest thought goes, and your life will take the direction of your strongest thoughts. So if we're looking at that only, I don't think in any way that's going to benefit you in light of your purpose and where you want to move to. The final two that I want to talk to are journaling and spirituality. And so it's really important that we have a social network. It's really important that we have people we can talk to. And when I talk about that, I mean a loved one, a friend, a family, but somebody who you can trust, where you feel emotionally safe, where you're validated, where you can gain perspective. And that's the same as journaling. So journaling may not necessarily be speaking to an individual, but it's getting your thoughts out. It's writing down your feelings. It's writing down ideas, experiences, thoughts, things that may have impacted you. And it significantly improves your mental health in the way that it helps you organize your thoughts. You can gain perspective. It releases stress. You can have a clearer mind once you've put stuff on paper. It can help you to be able to just be creative. If you've got ideas or if you're feeling a little bit stuck, you can start setting your goals down and writing those down so they become alive. So I want to encourage you to journal and see the benefits of that. I just want to deviate a little bit and say the things that I'm listing here are not going to change overnight. You need to be intentional, deliberate, and consistent. So you can't go and journal tonight and then say tomorrow, oh, but Celeste, nothing happened. Yes, I'll say to you, right, nothing did happen. It's practices that we've got to implement into our daily lives in order to reap the benefits of them. And those are all the ones I've been talking about: eating well, sleeping well, exercise, journaling, being grateful and forgiving. And then finally, and for me most importantly, is spirituality. Feed your spirit man. And so I want to say to you, praise and worship, pray, read your Bible, fellowship with like-minded people, study the word. I don't believe that we can gain a relationship with God through somebody else's experience. So I can't be reading a Joyce Meyer book and expect that I'm going to have a solid relationship with God. I've got to spend time with God. So the same way I may have read Mpumi's book, but that doesn't mean that I know Mpumi. I've got to spend time with Mpumi. I've got to spend time with her. The book is an added benefit because it gives me ideas of her thoughts and where she's at. But to really intimately know her, I've got to spend time with her. And so that is the same for our spiritual relationship. Spend time with God. That is where your strength is. That is where your direction is. That is where your purpose is. That is where you find your hope and your faith and your encouragement. And so those are all areas that I think would be beneficial for you to consider in light of maintaining good mental health or also improving your mental health. If you find, however, that these are not significantly assisting you, they're not helping you, then I want to recommend that you go and get professional help. Like I said earlier, there's no shame, there's no embarrassment, there's nothing to be afraid of. So we've spoken about some of the techniques and the tips that you can implement for your mental health and your overall psychological well-being. The last point I want to talk to is building emotional or psychological resilience. So resilience or resiliency is our ability to adapt and bounce back when things don't go as planned. Resilient people do not allow or dwell on failures. They acknowledge the situation, they learn from the situation, they learn from their mistakes, and they keep moving. And I see through the talk that Dr. Tim Northforth spoke about, she just kept going. She had a plan, she had a purpose, she knew where she was going. We heard about entrepreneurs who are struggling at this stage. And so this is what resiliency is. It's bouncing back. And just imagine a ball. If you drop a ball, it bounces back up. And that's exactly what resilience is, but within us. So when things don't go according to plan or things get difficult, it's important for you to have a positive image of the future. Maintain the positive outlook and envision brighter days ahead. Learn from what you've experienced, and have a growth mindset. I personally don't recognize things that don't go right as failures. I see them as opportunities. I see them as a stepping stone towards my final goal. So resilient people will have solid goals and a desire to achieve these goals. They will know exactly what they want to achieve and where they're going. They are also empathetic and compassionate, but the reality is they don't waste time worrying about what other people think about them. They focus on their goal and they keep going. They're not worried about whether Mpumi likes their hairstyle or whether Madlopo thinks they drive a nice car. They're not worried about all of that. They're worried about their goal and they're on a mission and they're focused and they're moving. So they maintain healthy relationships, but they also don't bow down to peer pressure. So if you're finding that you've got a goal and a dream and your friends are what they say being haters and they're like, oh, that won't work, or there's too many of those people doing this, don't let that get to you. You focus on what's been placed on your heart for your purpose. Resilient people also never think of themselves as victims. They focus their time and energy on changing the things that they can control. Don't waste your time on things you can't control. So don't sit and moan about the weather. Oh my gosh, it's been so cold for 7 days. You can't control the weather. But what you can control is putting on a jersey or putting on a pair of socks or a hat to be warm. Because that, when we're complaining about the weather, we become victims to the weather. And we'll lose our power because we can't change the weather. So focus your energy and focus your control on the things that you can change, the things where you do have power, the things that you can control. And so this is what the resilient people are like. So for me, there's 3 words that I think encapsulate resilience that I will talk on and elaborate just before I end. Purpose, perspective, and positivity. People who are resilient have a purpose. And I will say a God-given purpose. They know why they're here. They know where they're going. They know what they want to achieve. What is my purpose? A mentally healthy nation and no stigma against mental health in Eswatini and internationally. That is my purpose. That is why I'm here. That is why I'm speaking. That is why I accepted this opportunity. And so you have a purpose and you work towards that purpose when you're resilient. You're committed to that goal and you have a compelling reason to get out of bed in the morning. When we don't have a purpose, sometimes it's difficult to get out of bed. When things go, when you get discouraged, when things aren't going right around you, then you find it hard to get up and keep going. But when you have a purpose, no matter what is going on, you keep moving. You use the difficulties around you as stepping stones for your purpose, because nothing around you is a problem. It's an opportunity. And so it's changing your mindset to follow through with your purpose. So commitment isn't just restricted to their work, people who are resilient. They commit their relationships, their friendships, the causes they care about, their spiritual beliefs. It's all parts of their purpose. And so that is the first thing in building resilience. Think about your purpose. Have a purpose. If we look at certain companies, they've got mission statements. They know where they're going. So you're not going to find engine that sells petrol selling clothes. It's not part of the purpose. So everything that encapsulates their purpose, they would be involved in. The next P is perspective. Gain perspective. Recognize that a failure is an opportunity. The effects of bad events are temporary. Nothing is permanent. That's one thing I can guarantee you. Everything changes. And when you're going through a rough time, maybe you need to learn to say to yourself that this too shall pass. Because as soon as you gain perspective to your situation, you're already empowered. You know where you can work, what you can do. So, for example, another example would be that somebody, a boss or employer may have said to the employee, I'm not happy with your work. A person who has a negative perspective will say, my boss doesn't like anything I do. But that's not the truth. You're still employed. If your boss didn't like what you did, they would have fired you or you'd have had a disciplinary. The reality is my boss did not like this task that I did. So gain perspective and look at the reality. Don't generalize, don't exaggerate, and don't just complain. So this is the issue. How do I address it? Resilient people will view difficulty as a challenge, not as a paralyzing or defeating event. So when things get hard, this is a challenge, this is space for growth. They look at their failures and mistakes as lessons to be learned from and opportunities for growth. So gain perspective, shift your mindset. Remember earlier I said one of the things for maintaining good mental health is having social support. Find those people where you can go and talk about your difficulties to gain perspective. People who are on your side, who will encourage you, who will remind you of your purpose, who will remind you of your goal. Because remember, resilient people encapsulate everything around their purpose. They're not going to have somebody who's going against them, because that then is going to make it difficult for them to move forward. Resiliency does not allow for negative reflection on abilities or self-worth. People who are resilient recognize their abilities. So I recognize my strength when it comes to mental health. I recognize my strength when it comes to talking. Do not ask me to speak different languages. I am not good at that. It is not an area of strength. I'm not going to focus on it. But it doesn't change my self-worth. If I need to translate something, I'm going to find the person who speaks that language and they can translate it for me. I think we all have a purpose and we all have a plan, and mine is not languages. So I don't entertain or use my energy in that area. So people who are resilient will be will be positive in their perspective. They'll see the glass as half full rather than half empty. And bad events they will see as temporary, and they won't see it as a defeating or a paralyzing event. So I want to encourage you all, and just to recognize as well that at the end of the day, for us to have financial freedom, for us to be empowered, for us to grow, for us to study, we need good mental health. And so we can't be doing well if we're depressed. We can't really do well if we're anxious. We can't do well if we have negative thoughts. We can't do well if we're walking around and we're always angry, if we're easily offended. All those will be counting against you fulfilling your purpose. So maintain a positive attitude. Think positive thoughts. Shift your mindset. Challenge the negative thoughts that come your way. You can think what you want to think. You can pick and choose your thoughts. People say to me, I can't help that I think this. And yes, maybe you have negative thoughts that come into your mind, but you then have a choice to replace it with a positive thought. So you can pick and choose what you want to think about. Take your thoughts captive and think about what you're thinking about. So in closing, I just want to remind you that mental health and physical health are interdependent. They are linked. Mental health is not the absence of mental illness. We all have mental health from childhood all the way up to adulthood, and we all need to attend to it the same way we do our physical health. So some of the things that I mentioned in order to maintain that is sleep well, eat well, exercise, journal, forgive, be grateful, feed your spirituality, and build resilience through having a purpose, gaining perspective, and having positivity. So thank you so much for this opportunity again to rise to greater heights. Thanks to all the other speakers, and have a good evening, a good day, depending on where you are. Thank you very much.
Wow, Celeste. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for sharing such a powerful message around mental health. You know, mental health is our wealth. If we're not taking care of our mental health, no one else will. So thank you so much for sharing a much needed message, really, because the stigma around it. And yeah, thank you so much, sis, for sharing such a profound message. So before our next speaker, it will be nice to get some entertainment. Our next speaker is gonna be Mzwakhe Khumalo, aka Jovijo. But before him, we're gonna have Bishop Tina Masugu, who's gonna bless us with one song or two songs, and then we're gonna move to the next speaker. So Bishop Tina Masugu, he is the founder and leader of God Praises Zion Ministries. Born 28 April 1982 at Kalangilile Andaluye Ngweni Chiefdom, Eswatini. He's married and blessed with 5 beautiful kids, 2 boys and 3 girls. He is also a victim of COVID-19. I wouldn't call him a victim, but I can call him an overcomer of COVID-19, and he survived through Christ the King. He loves God very much because he has done more great things in his life. Bishop Masugu preaches the word of God. He's an artist. He sings Zion gospel with instruments and pure Zion without instruments. His dream is to help needy people and see all people changing and do the will of God. His dream is to build the house of the Lord where he will worship and praise him always. So kings and queens, please join me and welcome Bishop Tina Masugu. We can hear you, Bishop.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my sister, and everyone. Siyabonga kakhulu. We learn more things the people are saying, are teaching us how you have to handle in life. So, ngiyathokoza kakhulu. What I can say is that when you read the Bible, Philip 4, verse 4, it says, rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I say, rejoice in the Lord. So what I can say is that no matter how challenges you are going through, situations, izinto zingahambi kahle empilweni, but rejoice in the Lord, always rejoice on the Lord. So I have a song that says, my God is good. Noma ngakuthiwa kunezinkinga ezinganani, but uNkulunkulu uhlale emuhle kakhulu. uNkulunkulu anibusise.
Ngiphelelwe ngamandla, nethemba ngasengilahlile. Yafika indodana yomuntu, yangibamba ngesandla sayo yangivusa. Ngangingasanawo amandla, ithemba laliphelele, nethemba wefika uJesu wangivusa. Angiphelele ngamandla, ngilela mbhedeni wokufa, ithemba ngangilahlile. Yafika indodana yomuntu, yathi angeke ngivume nawe, yangibamba ngesandla sami, yangivusa ekufeni. Ngathi uma ngiphaphama, ngathola ingane zami zimsarangile, zikhala inyembezi, zithi baba vuka, vuka baba, vuka baba. Yafika indodana yangivusa. Ngangiphelelwe ngamandla, nasangilibona ibhokisi phambi kwami, nethemba ngangilahlile, ngangibona umdoti ngamehlo enyama, wangivusa. Bangibiza ngawo wonke amagama ezilwanyana ezingathandeki, bese bakhulume konke abakuthandayo, kodwa mina ngaziwa nguwe. Ngiyabonga baba, wangivusa ngifile, ngiyawukhonza imihla namalanga. Mina ngiyabonga baba, ngiyabonga mina, angeke ngiyekele ukudumisa. Bese ba-celebrate abanye bese belila. Ngiyabonga baba, mina ngiyabonga baba. Baba ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my brother, for sharing your experience. I know in that video that we've just watched, you were acting it, but when you were talking to me, you told me you've actually experienced this. You rose from that deathbed, and God gave you a new assignment. And yeah, thinking that your family was just surrounding you, counting you dead. But God was like, no, I am not done with you yet. I am not done with you. And I believe that right now, God has a journey. Thank you so much for sharing your journey on overcoming COVID-19. In my heart, reach out to those who has lost loved ones from this pandemic. My heart, it goes to those ones. May you find comfort from above. So thank you. I am not too sure if
Thank
it's
you.
going to maybe some final
Thank
thought.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
All right. Now, I am not too sure if he is ready or not. We're coming down to the southern part of Eswatini. We are coming back to the well-known program director, aka MC, the best MC of Eswatini. We are coming to Mzwake Kumalo. Mzwake Kumalo, he is a program director and events coordinator known in the Kingdom of Eswatini. He hails from Mahamba Mission in the southern part of the beautiful kingdom. He has earned himself a stage name, Jovijo, which emanates from the township lyrics for a whistle. He is a social butterfly who flies with people from all walks of life, young and old, because of his sense of humor. When he is on the podium, the audience just love him because he has a natural gift of captivating their attention with jokes. His passion behind the microphone will see him off to greater heights. When not working, Mzwake likes to spend time with young people, motivating them. In the past few years, he has worked with different artists and the creative arts industry and many other social and national events where he was coordinating. He has also been part of a theatrical productions as a member of Pom Pom Theater Group under the tutelage of renowned arts gurus like Makford Sibanze and Lerim Schlanger of Pele Pele. He is a community servant who sits in various boards. For example, he is the chairperson of the Mahamba Coach Board of Trustees and also the chairperson of Msongweni Methodist High School. He worked a lot in the sphere of children's rights and advocacy and youth development, whilst he was employed under SOS Children's Village International. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Mzwake Jovijo Kumalo. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mpumi, for the opportunity. Thank you, colleagues, great speakers of the Rise to Greater Heights Summit. I am very delighted to get this opportunity to be here. First of all, I like to extend my condolences to you, Mpumi, and family for the loss of our sister, who was also billed to be a speaker in the upcoming summit. We thank God for her life and having shared from such a great life as hers. May we continue to give God the glory even when she has transited to the other side of life. Having said that, I would also like to appreciate other speakers who have said a lot of things. It's quite a mouthful to be here this evening. If it's a morning for you, so be it. I wanted to just say brief remarks on the power of change, and I'm thrilled to be amongst a list of such great speakers as those who have gone before me and those who will come after me. And thanks to the great entertainment and artists of the time, Symphony and Bishop Masugu for such a great rendition. May I also say that in my preparation for this brief discussion that I will lead, I discovered that change isn't something that is not known to many people, but change is basically making a material difference in something that will be distinct from that which one knew before. And I discovered that change is a process, and while going through change, we need to be gentle with ourselves. And as one who always talks with young people, Celeste has said it all in a presentation about change, in that you need to focus on the things that you can change. In many families, their walls have this serenity prayer hanging there, which says, Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, and courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Because when we speak about change, there is a challenge of us having the zeal and having the enthusiasm to change things that are not within our capability. And wisdom is being able to differentiate the things that are within your powers to move and the things that you cannot have the capacity to deal with. And I must say, having these speakers made my job the least, because mine is to just reiterate what they've just said and say thank you to you, Mpumi, and the Rising to Greater Heights Summit for this opportunity to interact with the world and to make our contribution to this great world. And when we speak about the power of change, I like a quote by Mahatma Gandhi when he says, let us be the change that we seek in the world. One of the things that I would like to put out there to our people as we consider ourselves as change agents in the world out there is to know that the world has not changed, but we have changed because of the decisions that we have made about our future. And we must get involved. We must do something about the change that we need to see. Praying about it is good, but doing something about it is what will make us see results. For instance, as an artist myself who is in the creative art space, we have seen the past year and a half some challenges of us getting no income and not being able to earn a living through gigs and events. But we have been compelled by the situation, COVID-19, to diversify our portfolio. Some of us had to change and start being entrepreneurs. At the moment that I'm speaking to you, I'm selling avocados and sweet potatoes, and I do door-to-door delivery within the corridors of Manzini, Mbabana, Malakeza, Zibini, and Matapa. That has made me to embrace the change that has come with COVID-19. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make ends meet with the little salary that I get at the end of the month. Therefore, it is very important to get to do other things that will bring more income to yourself. I love the other speakers, Dr. Manyanya, when they spoke about financial literacy and financial education, because those are very important in the era that we live in. Another thing that I think is important as we speak about change, traveling is one of the things that will inspire our lives to look at things differently. At some point in time, I remember I was a member of Manzini Choir, and we had to tour Europe in the year 2007. When we engaged on that tour, one of the choir, when we were in preparation for the trip, he said, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to encourage the young people. I just graduated from university. And he said, one of the things I would like to say to the young people is that child who does not travel since her mom is the best cook. I am telling you, taking up that opportunity was a life changer for me, because I got different inspiration as I got to walk in the streets of London, as I got to pass through the airport and meet different people, and to start appreciating that which we have in the country, in the kingdom of Eswatini. And I also got a chance to showcase what we have and that which the other people of the world do not have. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would not waste much time, but encourage everyone and invite us, the young people of the world, to change our character, because that is the core of everything that we seek to do with our future. In fact, on a parting shot, I would like to share a quote by one John Wooden, who says, be more concerned with your character than your reputation, because your character is what you really are, while your reputation is merely what others think of you. Being concerned with the PR stunts out there and trying to manage your profile, what matters the most is to change your character and present the real you to the world. And so I say to people, change before change changes you, because once you are changed by change, the consequences of that change will devastate you, because you wouldn't have chosen to change, but change would have changed you. Peace to you. I love you all. Thank you for the opportunity. Chovito. When I say Chovito, we mean all is well.
Wow, Mkayawa, Micho on that place. All is well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jovicho, for sharing such a much needed message. And guess what? As our audience is watching, this is the MC for the summit, for the actual in-person summit in August 21st. So expect the unexpected. He is the man. He's the main man in this event. I call him my brother from another mother, because of being the wonderful person that he is. Thank you so much, Mkaya, for sharing such a needed message.
Thank you so much, Mkaya. Just a moment before parting. You know, I forgot to send my congratulations to Bishop Tina for the beautiful video that he shot and the sweet melodies. You know, as a former bass singer myself, I fell in love with that bass. Ever since he came to the industry, he had an extraordinary bass line, but he cheated us by not playing the My God is Good or so, because when he does it, he says, oh, my God is good. Oh. Bravo, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Mkaya. So our next speaker, we are just going central east of Eswatini. We're going to Sitegi right now. We're going to have Pilani Mpanza. Pilani Mpanza is a Sitegi-born Eswatini, refined and England educator. Pilani Mpanza is a retired teacher and a full-time marketing entrepreneur. currently heading one of Eswatini's leading NGOs marketing departments, and previously the head of Eswatini for most clothing brands, SR, which he founded in 2008, all culminating to the establishment of Eswatini's first for a Swazi brand flagship store, and Ministry of Style, whose doors opened in March 2019. So, kings and queens, please join me and welcome Philani Mpanza.
Good evening, Sis Mbumi, and the rest of the speakers. I hope I'm audible. Is my sound
Yes,
audible
we
that
can
side?
hear you.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
we can hear you.
perfect. Okay, thank you for the introduction there. As CC has just mentioned, my name is Philani Mpanza. Others call me Mzameni. Bochovicho call me Skonya. Chovicho is a very good brother of mine. We are with him in almost all circles. He is a very dominant figure in my network as well. We eat in the music circles. I used to be called myself, and we used to compete and beat them back in the mid 2000s. He's a good brother and a good friend more than anything, and he's overall a good ball of energy. And I know what he just said there. What he just said there is something that he means. He's a very genuine individual. So my talk is going to be about being purpose-driven. In essence, being purpose-driven tries to define what exactly is your purpose on earth. Why did God delegate you to walk amongst us? Why did God delegate you to breathe the very air each and every one of us breathes? So it's something which seeks basically to clarify what should ground you and what should lead you ultimately to your goal. That was his legacy, that was Jobiso's legacy, that was his Mbumi's legacy. So basically, in essence, that is what being purpose-driven is about, in my understanding. So I'm going to just cite a small quote by one of my all-time favorite entrepreneurs, Steve Jobs, the late. He was the brains behind the success of Apple. We've grown to know Apple in the telecoms industry. Their brand, their cell phone brand, Apple iPhone rather, is currently the biggest global cell phone brand. So he was delivering a speech at Stanford University in the US, and there's this speech he delivered, and there's this just one quote that I'm going to lift from his speech there. He says, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of other people's opinions drown your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your own intuition and heart." So these words speak precisely and concisely to one being a purpose-driven individual. What keeps you awake at night? What is the one thing that makes you wake up every morning with excitement? What is the one thing you always look forward to doing? Thoughts and questions like those are what refines your thinking, towards the attainment or the achievement of your purpose on earth. And now, knowing your purpose on earth is the one thing which leads to the thorough refinement of what your legacy is. Now, the concept of your legacy and your purpose, these two will always move in parallel. Where there is the concept of being a purpose-driven individual, there is the element of your legacy, because your purpose is how we remember you on earth. Is how we remember the things we used to do. We will rate those things we used to do to what we are going to conclude as your purpose, and the culmination of all that is what is going to be what we will remember as your legacy. For instance, Chovicho, I'm going to make a particular example with him because he's a friend, and and in anything that I'm going to say about him, I know I can back it up with facts, because his legacy is something we see already on Facebook. His legacy is something we experience every time you meet him at the mall, on the road. Even you're not driving up to Mbabane, you meet him up Malakwan, he's going to recognize you and honk for you. That is the kind of person, or that is the kind of brand that Echovicho has built for himself. And with the element of the brand he has built for himself is the idea or the concept of his purpose. He doesn't need to introduce himself. He doesn't need to overspeak about himself. But the moment he opens his mouth and the moment you interact with him, you are going to easily conclude that Echovicho, that is his purpose. Lubito lamanye magama uma ngibeka ngeSwati ngathi kusa lubito lwakho emhlabeni usahamba kulomhlaba. Yini kahle kahle lubito lwakho uNkulunkulu wakuthumelani ukuthi uhambe philani abakampanza estegi. Yini ipurpose yakhe asihamba kulomhlaba? Is he on earth just to make numbers? Is he on earth just to consume the oxygen? Is he on earth to be seen, or is he on earth to appear important than others? No. Philani's purpose is to leave an impact wherever he goes. It is to make every person feel valued not just by words, but by actions. Most importantly, it is for him to leave an impact work or the works he has been involved with. With every association I develop, be it professionally or personally or socially, I go out of my way to make sure that the brand Philani resonates with each and every aspiration at the back of my mind. Because the more it resonates, is the more it defines my purpose. So nanawe umuntu usahamba lapha, whatever you might be, a primary school, a creche, a high school, tertiary or sebenda, what should keep you awake every night, or what should make you struggle to sleep are the questions. Let's see, what is my purpose on earth? What is my legacy going to be? Legacy speaks to the idea of masengihambile, masengusubathile umhlaba. How are those being planned about going to remember me? And their remembrance layer is what then zooms in or gives a bird's eye view to the concept of ukuthi purpose yakho yini. Once we understand that purpose yakho ukuthi yini emhlabeni, it reduces the too muchness of admin, because your purpose keeps you focused on the goals. Bangakhuluma abantu ukuthi uzama kwendani, bathi uyaforsa, bathini uforsa njengomzekezeke like that song goes. But your purpose keeps you focused on what is it that God sent you to do on earth. Uma ngabe ungasiko ke focus, or if you are without purpose, you are going to be just like a lukwane emandini when the wind is blowing. Uma ngabe umoya obheka le lukhwana litawubheka le, uma ngabe umoya ubheka le lukhwana litawulandela lo moya. But if you are as solid as your roots are firmly anchored in your purpose, being the soil in the case of a tree, you're not going to be easily shaken. So, and in light of everything over the past 18 months or so, Eswatini and globally with the advent of COVID-19, a lot of our friends, a lot of us lost businesses, we lost imisebenzi, we lost relatives, we've lost out on a lot. Now, those losses or the entire COVID-19 experience, what a few days ago you were with someone, Namhlaba Seko. I think one of the biggest blessings in disguise about COVID-19 is how many opportunities of self-introspection it has given to us, because kumele lokuthi irefine true around life. Ngoba ukhona namuhla awukho kusasa. You are a peacock today, you are a feather duster the following day. That's how that is how COVID-19 has made things. That is COVID-19. The concept of the new normal with COVID-19, with the dynamics, to paint the picture. But COVID-19 is a big blessing. Yes, it enable but and everything else, and of course. The economy. There's a lot of trouble later because the past 18 months is going to be recovered maybe in a very long time. You're looking at maybe 15 to 20 years, particularly with the case of Eswatini. But it has given us a lot of moments also to reflect on our purpose. You realize and then the thinking was, let me do this thing. I've always wanted to do this. If I'm going to I might never get the opportunity to do it. Yeah, look, what COVID has done is it has helped us zoom in on our purposes in life, because you can no longer afford to go freestyle impede. You can no longer afford to live by guesswork. You can no longer afford to walk in the dark. Because yes, logo that my hands touch. COVID-19 has, in a way, or should in a way help us refine our lives, align our thoughts, align our commitments, and of course, ultimately align our actions towards the attainment of what could be our legacies. Understanding your purpose is the perfect departure point to what could ultimately be your purpose. So to everyone who's going to come across this little talk of mine, don't expect perfection from life. Don't expect every day to be all roses and everything. But highs and lows, ups and downs, experience. Do not lose the bigger picture. Those challenges, treat them as a mafuta endlela. Mafuta endlela, your purpose must ultimately be fulfilled. Your legacy must be a beautiful one. And it is in the little milestones of each and every day. But it is the simple things in life which matter. Yes, they do. You can only build from those little things. That is why no matter how big, it might be a 12-story mansion, but there was one thing that was used to build the foundation. There were elements and components which were used to mount the walls of that mansion. Even a one-room house, steel, brick or a 6-inch or a 4-inch, but also the basics are there to build the bigger picture. So let every challenge you come across help you focus. Let every challenge you come across make you a better person. Make it allow the challenges of life to make you a better person. And I would say I can talk for I can talk for the rest of the night. It's been a very hectic 3 weeks. But again for giving us this opportunity and for giving us this platform to share what we think are issues that matter towards the refinement of Timbilo Dalabanye lesihamba nabo kulo mhlaba. Nginguphilani Mzameni wakampanza Estegi Kamakela Mamba. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And may I wish all my fellow speakers a beautiful session. And of course, I'll be following everyone who speaks after me from the comfort of my one room, Lankona Kona. Thank you very much, Sisi Mbumi. We will see you again, hopefully soon. I think it's in August. We will be talking again soon. But thank you very much for the opportunity. Wishing you and your family a beautiful day and of course a beautiful weekend. Stay safe and come like sanitizer, fag my mask. And do all these protocols will be safe. Do it all to protect everyone. Thank you very much.
Oh, we are all in this together, my brother. Thank you so much. Being purpose-driven, I think that's the only way we can just go about being purpose-driven, because without a purpose in this world, really, you're just heading in the wrong direction. So thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mpanza, for sharing such a profound message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sisi. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
I can't believe that we are actually at the end of this pre-recording summit, and it's not going to be a summit without the host speaking. So what I'm going to do right now, the technology wasn't on my side, but I have tried to navigate around YouTube. I'm just going to play my bio, and then I'm going to speak. And it's going to be the end of the summit. So here is my bio.
Non-Pumelelo Real Kunene is a highly sought-after, energetic, certified Les Brown International speaker. She is the author and host to Rise to Greater Heights, a book and YouTube channel to turn your fears into greater success while seizing new opportunities. Real is also a coach, mentor, and an MC, well known for encouraging many to rise from mediocrity into greatness. Her vision is not only to motivate, but also to empower audiences with a fresh perspective, inspiration they require to pursue success and drive sustainable outcomes in a seriously funny way. Rial believes that we are in full control of our choices. Her mission is to meet the needs and transform lives of her clients and her audience. Rial's book, Rise to Greater Heights, has inspired and empowered many to pursue their personal and professional passion to become go-getters. Her goal is to study your current situation, identify limiting beliefs, then design a plan of inspired action to empower you to achieve specific outcomes in your life. Rial Kunene wears many hats as a professional certified sales manager, CEO, strategist, certified travel counselor, trainer, esthetician, philanthropist, diplomacy protocol officer, international human rights analyst, and a commissioner for OAS. Following her dreams gave her purpose to see her goals through and understand that she does have everything she needs to reach her full potential. Her everyday message is that your journey to be a better person starts with you. So knowing who you are to your core will make you understand that you are the only one who can accomplish your dreams. Hebrews 11, Psalm 27 and 40. Keep her to rise to greater heights. Kings and queens, please join me. Welcome, Rial Kunene!
All right, thank you so much. And to our amazing speakers, really, today it's been the best day ever, the best day of my life. And having such speakers with so much wisdom.
Selling physical products is not the best way to make
so
money on
much
Amazon
wisdom,
in 2021.
sorry.
Now,
Today,
yes, that model does
technology,
work.
with so much wisdom that they've shared today, really, it's been such a great honor. So to our amazing speakers, and I apologize for going beyond time. I am very, very cautious when it comes to time. But today I was like, you know what? We are all in this together. So yes, I'm going to be the next speaker. So while I was just preparing my speech, really, there was a lot going on, and more especially what's happening around the world. Instead of me preparing a motivational message, I was like, you know what? It's high time people know their human rights. So I was like, I'm going to prepare my message on that aspect, on the human rights portion, because really, many people, many human rights have been violated. So I believe that it is time for everyone to know their human rights. Hence, I am here today to share my experience, skills, and wisdom, and some nuggets, really, because all the amazing speakers have shared everything that you really wanted to hear on how to rise to greater heights. So really, I am not going to be providing legal advice, but I am only here to provide legal information about human rights to the public. So legal information is not the same as legal advice as to the application of the law to an individual's specific circumstances. I cannot provide legal advice in response to any specific questions maybe our audience might throw in there, but I strongly recommend that if you need help in such, just consult a lawyer. But before I continue, I just want to double check if I'm in the right platform here. How many of you with the raise of hand can say that, Bomi, I have never, ever complained in life. Never, ever complained in life. Seemingly, I am in the right platform because, you know, sometimes in life we go complaining about everything. Oh, the weather is really bad today. Traffic was worse than expected. My family drives me crazy sometimes. Oh, the movie was really disappointing. You name it. Though whining can be a way to build an inspiration, it can also keep us from acting. And it gives excuses time to procrastinate from achieving goals. One thing I've realized is that we usually complain in the wake of a negative situation. We tend to focus more on the problem than finding potential solutions. It's always much easier to complain than to find a solution. And individuals who whine on a regular basis, they are apt to have a bad health. So next time we'll find you complaining that, why do pizzas come in square boxes, yet they are round? And funny enough, they are covered in triangles. Does that sound like you? Yeah, please write this down. Write this down. What are human rights? What are human rights? Good people, you really don't have to be politically involved to know about your human rights. All human beings are entitled to them, and you can never, ever exclude that from your own human rights. All human beings are entitled to these rights. These are just God-given fundamental freedoms. I believe that today it's your time to gain more knowledge about human rights. But just to double check, I just want to know, if I may ask, how many of you have dreams and goals that you want to achieve maybe in the next 6 months? I want you, as you think about your dreams and goals, to put this down. Rise to greater heights. Rise to greater heights, because you need to be clear about your career goals to gain guidance on professional development. And many of you might be asking, really, what are human rights? I've heard many people talking about human rights, but really, I can't just go out there and have that confidence and talk about human rights. If I can pose this question to you, if you're watching us online, just put in the chat box what you think when you think of human rights. What are human rights? What are human rights? I will come back and check on the comments, because really, human rights are the fundamental rights and freedoms that are all inherent to all human beings, regardless of your gender, nationality, place of residency, sex, ethnicity, religion, even skin color. Human rights are not just about the law. So human rights are non-discriminatory, meaning that all human beings are entitled to them. It was the traumatic events of the World War II that dramatically outraged the conscience of humankind. After that war, representatives from the 50 member states of the United Nations came together under the guidance of Eleanor Roosevelt to devise a list of all of the rights that everybody across the world should enjoy. And hence today we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You know, even though we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, my mother suffered a double loss after my father died. The assets that she could have inherited were all taken by her in-laws. Being widowed presents a remarkable form of a shift, one which is entirely different from any kind of separation a human being can ever experience. If I may ask you, how many of you have been in a situation where you felt like, the whole world is just watching over you? The whole world is just watching over you so that they can sabotage any move that you make. That's exactly how my mom felt. She felt like the whole world was just watching over her so that they can sabotage any move that she makes. You can only imagine how it felt like being in her shoes. She felt that the whole world was just watching over her, that they can sabotage any move that she makes. She only wished that my dad could have written a will to protect her from the inhuman mistreatment she got from his family members. And most of the treatments were geared towards dehumanizing her, which was always a painful psychological experience she had to live throughout her life. No one shall ever be deprived of their liberty, and this must never be limited or restricted in any way. The right includes freedom from the threat of physical punishment or even suffering. Your right not to be tortured or treated in an inhuman or degrading way is absolute. My father failed to write a will clearly stating how their assets would be distributed. And this left my mom vulnerable to the abuse from the in-laws, a story which is echoed in most societies. People generally avoid talking about death, yet death is inevitable. And when it's untimely, it leaves such a devastation behind. And several human rights documents state that individuals are entitled to enjoy all their human rights without discrimination related to property. Remember that a right is a freedom of some kind. It doesn't matter where we were born or what kind of family we were born into. we all have the internal recognition of the moral quality of one's motives and actions. We're all born into this world and should be given the same opportunities and treat each other in such a way as proper to the relation of a brother. The right to freedom of opinion and expression without any interference has been protected in all the relevant international human rights treaties. In the international law, freedom to express your opinions and ideas is considered essential. And the exercise of these rights carries with it special duties and responsibilities. Free speech is a necessary precondition to the enjoyment of other rights. I so wish that you know what, you can just tell yourself that right now you've had all the information that you wanted for you to go out there and make a difference and rise to greater heights. You've got it. You've got all the nuggets from these amazing speakers. I so wish that you can tell yourself that, you know what, I'll have to go out there and make a difference now. I'll have to make a difference starting with yourself, to those who look at you as an inspiration, to those who count on you. But in order for you to go out there and make that difference, you've got to be hungry. You've got to be hungry like the hungry lion in the jungle. Really, that hungry lion in the jungle, it doesn't matter what kind of animal comes his way. It doesn't matter if you're that giant elephant or that small squirrel by the jungle. All that hungry lion sees in front of his face is lunch. Lunch. And it's so funny because even with elephants, when they see a lion, what they do is that they run. It's all about the mindset. Once you believe, you become. They already told themselves that, you know what, I am a lunch to that lion. So each and every time when I see a lion, I'll have to run. I believe that's the mindset that we need in order for us to make a difference, in order for us to rise to greater heights, because I believe that we all rise together and we rise by lifting each other up. So I grew up as a single orphan, a young girl with big dreams. I was kind of fed up of being stigmatized and excluded in most school activities. I just wanted to make a difference to such community, to that orphan who doesn't fit anywhere around the school playground, to that widow who doesn't belong anywhere in the community and whose voice has been silenced, to that single parent who's trying by all means to provide basic needs for her children. Because my everyday book says that learn to do good, seek justice, bring justice to the fatherless, plead the widow's cause. So I just wanted to make a difference to such community, because I believe that you really don't have to see the whole staircase, but you'll have to take the first step to get to the top. As my mentor always say, that you don't have to be great to get started, but you'll have to get started to become great in life. So I just wanted to make a difference to such community, because I believe in education. Sboniso mentioned more nuggets on education. I believe that education is just a powerful and important tool for promoting tolerance. And as a humankind's most effective tool for personal empowerment, a basic education is important to strengthen respect for human rights and diversity through understanding and awareness. It is one of the most powerful tools in lifting marginalized groups out of poverty. The right to education is legally guaranteed for all without any discrimination. And countries, states should promote the establishment of independent national human rights institutions that have a mandate for human rights education. Education takes on the status of a human right because it promotes the full development of all the human personality. Nelson Mandela once said, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. Trust me, this message stirred something within me. And I just wanted to give hope to the hopeless situations, to remind them that they do exist and matter in their communities, to remind these vulnerable people that they have a purpose to fulfill while they are still alive. I wanted to demonstrate the love of God by giving back to the community, because I believe in promoting poverty relief and community empowerment into other impoverished, so that the less privileged individuals have their basic needs met, to have an improved economic opportunities to impact their community. Because I believe that the right to life is one of the most fundamental human rights stipulated in international law. Although the sanctity of life is a fundamental societal value, however, homelessness and poverty threaten life and security of some individuals and unfairly affect disadvantaged groups. Hence, we are all called to do good and be kind. So, good people, this is a wake-up call. This is a wake-up call to go out there and be the change that you want to see in this world. But when that alarm clock goes off, please, please don't ever hit the snooze button. Don't be like, I will wake up in the next 2 minutes. I will wake up in the next 4 minutes. You know what? Forever is a long time. Why don't you wake up, get going, and go out there and make a difference in this world? So I founded Swati Canadian International Foundation based on my experience to stimulate a worldwide awareness and obliging resources on the dilemma of those trapped in a series of poverty, to convey confidence to the vulnerable, strives to alleviate the suffering, illiteracy, and to build a dependable networking, making sure that our commitment of better life for all is achieved in a compassionate and dignified manner. The human right to social security spells out the qualities of the modern welfare state that are almost universally accepted today. Thus, social security is a potent tool to combat discrimination and also an essential instrument for reducing poverty and promoting social inclusion. The combination of universal rights and the attention to specific circumstances is so crucial. Any form of discrimination can have a highly corrosive impact on a whole range of social and economic rights. But implementing inclusive social protection systems can help to reduce inequality and empower the marginalized groups. As flight attendants always say that, put on your oxygen mask first before you assist others. Because if you don't, you and the other person you're trying to help could possibly go down. So I believe that, today, if you want to see any change in this world, it must first start with you. Go out there, be the change, make a difference, because greatness in Jesus' eyes is fulfilling the needs of others. I believe that we all rise together, and we rise by blessing the lives of others around us. The first pronouncement on the right to respect for privacy is essential, the autonomy and the protection of human dignity, good people. Privacy enables us to create barriers and manage boundaries to protect ourselves from unwarranted interference in our lives. The right to privacy, it helps us establish boundaries to limit who has access to our communications and information. Today, the right to respect for private and family life has come to encompass a wide range of areas by reducing what can be known about us and done to us while protecting us from others who may wish to exert control. To me, really, it was the death of George Floyd that made me to realize that, we'll have to stand up for a world where no one shall live in fear, maybe because of the color of their skin, and where the criminal justice system treats everyone fairly and equally. On March 25th, if you remember very well, last year, George Floyd died in police custody in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This 46-year-old Black man was arrested and killed after a convenience store employee called 911 on Floyd's suspicion of passing a counterfeit $20 bill. The video that was captured by a bystander, it showed George Floyd pinned face down on the ground and in handcuffs while pleading for help. And one of the police officers was kneeling on his knee or on his neck for a period initially reported to be 8 minutes and 46 seconds. George Floyd was pleading for help. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And finally, he fell silent. May his soul rest in eternal peace. It is so impossible not to be outraged watching the video of that Minneapolis officer pressing his knee on Floyd's neck for that period initially reported to be 8 minutes and 46 seconds, because I believe that everyone is born free and has the right to life. So no one should ever be subject to such unjustified violence. Hence, I am here today to share my knowledge on human rights. And that takes me to the right to democracy. What's been happening around my country, what's been happening in South Africa, what's been happening in Cuba. The right to democracy is covered in Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And it says that, I will just say it as is from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Section 1 says that everyone has the right to take part in the government of his country, directly or through freely chosen representatives. Everyone has the right of equal access to public service in his country. The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of the government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage, and shall be held by a secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures. You know, although this article clearly refers to the principle of democracy by mentioning concepts such as elections and representation, the actual situation in this world is far distant from the ideals envisioned in the declaration. Everyone has the right to security, justice, democracy, and women's rights all over the world. When you look at the fact that people who try to discriminate and put women on the other side when it comes to democracy, they tend to forget about Article 21 in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The emphasis laid in this article is that everyone has the right to take part in government, to have access to public resources, and the right to vote. You know, I've already shared more information on human rights. I believe that it's going to make a difference to one or two people, but I believe that someone has gained something from this. So it's so funny. When I was in the 8th grade, I was nicknamed Phoenix. I was nicknamed Phoenix after writing a composition using the idiomatic expression that says, I rose from the ashes like a phoenix bird, meaning I became successful again. And it's so funny, that English teacher really, she didn't know that the nickname Phoenix, it resonates with me. And it also aligns with my destiny. So for those of you who doesn't know the phoenix bird is a Greek mythological bird believed to rise from its own ashes after being buried like hundreds of years ago. This immortal creature acquires new life by rising from the ashes of its own ancestor, which represents our capacity of vision and success. So I want to encourage you, if you're watching today, that when your world comes crashing down, wear your scars and show how a phoenix feels like to die from inside, and trust in your own capability to rise from your own ashes, since the phoenix has to die, burn, experience pain before resurrection from its own ashes. Please write this down. Write this down in conclusion. Resilience to greatness. Resilience to greatness. If I can be honest with you, I don't know what goals you've set for the next 6 months, but here is one thing I know about you. You are destined for greatness. Inside of you, God has put seeds of excellence. Those seeds are supposed to grow and flourish. But many people have become crippled by their past encounters. And some have stepped over other people to get to the top. But I believe that God has a better plan for every one of us. Your objective is what you were designed for and the reason why you live today. With God, I believe that we are all destined for greatness as long as we follow His strategy. This is when the growth commences, because discovering a gift and following God's idea will make you understand that you are the only one who can make your dreams come true today. My everyday inspiration, Mr. Les Brown, he once said, if you had to die today, at this very moment, at this hour, What dreams, what ideas, what visions, what goals, what talents, what skills, and what books will die with you? And he also continued, he said, the richest place on this planet is the cemetery, because that's where all the dreams, all the goals, all the visions, all the talents, and all the skills have been buried. Honestly, I don't know about you, but with me, listening to this message, that was when I wrote my first book, Rise to Greater Heights. Rise to Greater Heights is a comprehensive guide to turn your fears into greater success while seizing new opportunities. It is so significant for good people to have a positive mindset, more especially in this pandemic. So in this book, I've managed to cover leadership, empowerment, being purpose, mentorship, coaching, resilience to greatness, emotional intelligence, many, many more topics, including spiritual growth. And I didn't stop in writing. I decided, like, after the George Floyd's whole situation and seeing so many human rights around the world being violated, and knowing that everyone deserves democracy, I decided to write the human rights book. Human rights, it's all about the God-given fundamental freedoms. It's not like the government has to set a set of human rights that you'll have to live by. These are God-given fundamental freedoms. No one shall ever live in such unjustified violence in life. So the human rights book is coming to Eswatini before the end of this month. And I didn't stop. I didn't stop in writing. This is my third book. This is a third book that I compiled with different authors around the world. Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, South America, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, the USA, you name it. Like, we've covered 5 different continents. So I believe that this book, Resilience to Greatness, has the potential to completely revolutionize every aspect of your life and career. And I also have a free transformation guide for you who is watching and listening under this voice. I have a free transformation guide. It's available on my website. The free transformation guide will turn your fears into greater success while seizing new opportunities. And you'll be able to explore leadership on that transformation guide, empowerment, resilience to greatness, mentorship, coaching, and many, many more topics. It's available. It's on my website, www.risetogreaterheights.com. Because growing up, I didn't have much, because my father decided to have an early departure from this planet Earth. But I had everything because of my mama's love. And I love you so much, Mom. So I think whosoever said that the sky is the limit was wrong. From today on, I, Nompumelelo Riel Kunene, believe that the sky is our point of view. So let's all rise to greater heights. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our amazing speakers who took their time today to share some nuggets on how to really rise to greater heights. And I believe that our audience has been inspired, motivated, and ready to rise to greater heights. I hope to see you all on August 21 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Happy Valley Resort, Eswatini, Ezulwini. And I can't wait to see all of you, and make sure that you subscribe to this channel. And yes, we will be in touch. I can't say see you later. I will say see you soon. Thank you. Merci.